its staff and refraining investment in foreign subsidiaries or embarking on new offshore ventures. According to the Apex Bank, the measure forms part of ongoing efforts to strengthen the resilience and stability of the Nigerian banking sector. Moving on, the World Bank has allocated $40 million to support the expansion of financial protection for poor and vulnerable Nigerians under a new loan bank health program. Reports reveal that the loan project approved on September 26, 2024 by the Apex Bank includes a $500 million credit facility from the International Development Association and a $70.1 grant from the Global Financing Facility. The bank says the $40 million allocation is tied to the disbursement-linked indicator of the program, seeking to increase financial protection for poor Nigerians through health insurance and related schemes. The program, titled Human Capital Opportunities for Prosperity and Equality, is expected to run until June 30th, 2029. Still on, the Trump administration is considering to restrict Nigeria and 35 other countries from entering the United States under a proposed expansion travel ban. According to a State Department memo reported by the Washington Post, the extensive list includes 25 African nations, several Caribbean countries, Central Asian states, and Pacific Island nations. According to reports, Nigeria, with over 200 million people, is the largest population that could be affected by the proposed restrictions. The memo, signed by Secretary of State Marco Rubio, gives the listed government 60 days to meet new benchmarks established by the State Department, providing initial action plans by 8 a.m. on Wednesday, 18th of June. To end the local news, the police in Benue State have dispersed residents protesting the insecurity in the state following the killing of more than 100 people by terrorists who invaded Yelwata town of Guma local government area on Friday night. According to reports, the terrorists, described as Fulani militia, besieged the town's market square where many displaced people were seeking refuge and opened fire, macheting many people and razing properties worth millions of naira. Residents, however, protested the killings on Saturday evening, blocking the Lafia-Makurdi highway. The protest spread to Makurdi, the capital city of Benue, on Sunday morning, with many protesters clad in black dresses, waving leaves and carrying placards with various inscriptions. And on the foreign scene, the deadly conflict between Israel and Iran has entered its fourth day, with both sides firing new waves of missiles overnight amid international pleas for diplomacy and de-escalation. According to situation reports, Iran's early Monday strikes have hit an Israeli oil refinery, damaging part of the power grid. Casualties are mounting on both sides as Tehran residents are attempting to flee the capital in search of safety, while explosions and fire were seen in Israel overnight, with residential buildings hit. United States officials, however, revealed that President Donald Trump has rejected an Israeli plan to kill Iran's Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, while Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu denied reports of such a plan. Also, 7 people have died in a helicopter crash in the northern Indian state of Uttarakhand, days after the India air clash killed over 270 passengers on board. According to local media reports, the aircraft was flying from Kedarnath along a popular Hindu pilgrimage route in Himalayan mountains. Officials revealed that rescue teams were immediately dispatched, while an operation to retrieve the bodies is being carried out with local police. The Directorate General of Civil Aviation revealed that the pilot and a 2-year-old child were among those killed, adding that the Aircraft Accident Investigation Bureau will investigate the crash. And now to sports. Napoli are reportedly preparing a €50 million bid for Atalanta and Nigeria forward Ademola Lookman. According to Football Italia, the offer falls short of Atalanta's €60 million valuation, with the Bergamo club holding firm on their asking price for the African Player of the Year. Atalanta are open to selling the 27-year-old Nigerian winger, but only for a fee over €50 million, excluding potential add-ons or player exchanges. Lookman enjoyed a sensational 2024 campaign, scoring 20 goals and providing 7 assists in 40 appearances across all competitions. To end the news, the former Milan and Napoli manager Gennaro Gattuso has been appointed Italy's national team coach. Gattuso replaces Luciano Spalletti, who was sacked after a 3-0 defeat by Norway in a World Cup qualifier last week. The Italian Football Federation has confirmed that Gattuso will be formally introduced as head coach on Thursday, 19th of June at Rome's Parco de Principi Hotel. That does it this morning on the BDTV Breakfast News. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Up next is the newspaper review. Do stay with us.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Olajabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa. And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol.
We get everyone in Nigeria with a suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like service again, no. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space.
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
I, Olusegun Obasanjo.
I, Olusegun Obasanjo.
Do solemnly swear.
Do solemnly swear.
That I will be faithful.
That I will be faithful.
And bear true allegiance.
And bear true allegiance.
To the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
To the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
And that I will preserve.
And that I will preserve.
Protect.
Protect.
And defend.
And defend.
The Constitution.
The Constitution.
Of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
So help me God.
So help me God.
And so the journey of Nigeria's democratic government rule began. Nigeria, Africa's most populous country, has made several attempts on democratic rule of government before May 29, 1999. During these years of experiment, the Nigerian military repeatedly disrupted the process of democratic rule by overthrowing the government and seizing power.
By the timely intervention of the armed forces, the people of Nigeria have another opportunity to start again in the task of rebuilding the nation.
Today, being Democracy Day in Nigeria, we will dive into Nigeria's democratic journey, explaining its triumphs, its tribulation, and the enduring debates surrounding its true nature. Since 1999, Nigeria has embarked on its fourth republic, a continuous civil rule following decades of military involvement. May 29, 1999 was declared Democracy Day. It's a day set aside every year to celebrate Nigeria's democratic rule. Olusegun Obasanjo was sworn in as president on that day, signaling the start of a new era of democratic governance restoration in Nigeria. Meanwhile, June 12th was a turning point in the nation's history, since it was the day that late Chief Moshood Abiola, also known as MKO, won the election of June 12, 1993. Nevertheless, the election was deemed null and void, and he was refused his mandate.
It is true that the presidential election was generally seen to be free, fair, and peaceful. However, there was in fact a huge array of electoral practices virtually in all the states of the Federation before the actual voting began.
President Muhammadu Buhari on June 6, 2018 declared that Nigeria's Democracy Day will now be celebrated on June 12th rather than May 29th. The goal of this action was to commemorate Chief MKO Abiola and everyone who lost their lives in the struggle for civilian government return. This announcement came 25 years after the nation held an election that was lauded by both democratic, domestic, and international observers as the fairest and most freest. But what has the journey yielded? 1. Increased political space that give room for political parties, open civil spaces, greater freedom of expression, and the right to question government policies. 2. Improved electoral processes. 3. Separation of powers. The three arms of government theoretically provide checks and balances, offering a different dynamic from military regime. And job creation. The pains. Number 1, corruption. 2, widespread of insecurity plagued the nation. 3, poverty and unemployment. 4, ethno-religious conflicts. 5, weak institutions and rule of law. 6, electoral malpractices. And 7, disconnected governance.
I just want to emphasize that for all the shared strategic interests between Nigeria and the United States of America, President Clinton and myself share a common view that is based on human welfare, human development, and human well-being in both our countries, our continents, and throughout the world.
All of us in the American delegation know that after so many years of despair and plunder, your journey has not been easy. But we are also committed to working with the people of Nigeria to help build stronger institutions, improve education, fight disease, crime, and corruption, ease the burden of debt, and promote trade and investment in a way that brings more of the benefits of prosperity to people who have embraced democracy.
Over the years, Nigeria's democracy has been significantly influenced by international actors. Where they promote liberal democracy, the Western nations, particularly the US, actively promote democratic governance in Nigeria through various strategies, including funding civil society organizations, supporting electoral bodies, provide significant aid for governance, security, and development. However, many Nigerians, both home and abroad, have argued that this Western style of democracy has oversimplified the complex realities and can lead to instability when not adapted to Nigerian context, with concerns about dominance and the imposition of external will. So beyond the political rhetoric and academic debates, what do ordinary Nigerians on the street truly think about the gift of democracy?
Gbogbo ohun tó wà nílẹ̀ yìí pátápátá látòrí June 12 ni gbogbo ẹ ti bẹ̀rẹ̀. Látòrí June 12 ni gbogbo ẹ ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ wá. Fẹ́ẹ̀dẹ̀ rí tí a bá ti ní good leader wàhálà ni o. Àwa yìí sì àwa ti dàgbà. Bẹ́ẹ̀ táwọn ọmọ wa àwọn youth yẹn gangan là ń bẹ̀bẹ̀ fún kí ìjọba yìí ìjọba Tinubu tó wà ń bẹ̀ yìí kó síjú àánú wò wá. Ebi pọ̀, ebi táwọn yìí ti pọ̀ jù because tẹ́ ẹ bá ra rice 1,000 naira kò lè bẹ̀lẹ̀ fún kí ẹ tiẹ̀ lè yó ẹ ní mọ̀ pé ẹ jẹun. So káwá sọ̀rọ̀ àwọn ọmọ tá à ń rán nílé ìwé èló la fẹ́ máa fún wọn lọ èló gan làwa gan rí èdè. So kí wọ́n jọ torí tọ́lọ́run kí wọ́n tiẹ̀ wọ́n help àwa mẹ̀kúnnù kí wọ́n ràn wá lọ́wọ́.
Every Lagos State taxi driver and cab operator vote for Abiola by that time, and I know that the elections go peacefully. After they announced the election, there's a serious riot. Since that time, we don't enjoy in this Nigeria because agbára wa ò dé òkè, àwa ò dé lọ bẹ́ẹ̀ yìí ṣe wá sí agbára wa ò dọ́dọ̀ president, so kò dọ́dọ̀ chairman local government. But ìbò ló tún bọ̀ yìí sí wọ́n tún fẹ́ ká dìbò fáwọn kí àwọn náà ṣe dáadáa pẹ̀lú wa wọ́n rántí pé mẹ̀kúnnù ló ń dìbò so tá a bá wá dìbò yẹn tán tí wọ́n bá ti wọlé tán wọ́n ò rántí wa mọ́.
In another time, everything was also good. So when he left there now we don't know what Jonathan has done. If Jonathan can if Jonathan is okay, when Buhari come, they say Buhari is bad. Buhari has gone again now. Some people are saying Tinubu is so that's how the system of democracy in Nigeria is. But I prefer the democracy, civil government and military rule.
Democracy have not, for me, has not favored me. Because since the day from the beginning of since I would grow up, I have not seen anything significant they do for us. They always fight for their pockets. All they do is just themselves. And if they promise you I will do this when I get there, when I get there is just about themselves. From councillor to president, they are all the same. There's nothing different among them. They are just fighting for their pockets.
So well, as Nigeria marks another Democracy Day, the question, a Trojan horse or not, remains unanswered. The gift of democracy has brought freedoms, but also exposed deep-seated challenges of governance, corruption, and inequality that still lingers on. But again, it is a journey still unfolding, demanding constant vigilance, accountability, and renewed commitment from both leaders and citizens to truly unlock its potential and ensure it serves the many, not just the few. So, the power and indeed the burden of shaping Nigeria's democratic future lies with all of us. Would you say that democracy has favored you, or would you have preferred military regime? Onyeka Valentine is my name, BDTV. Until next time, let's enjoy where we are.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
Nigeria is at its turning point, from reform to recovery. On the 10th of July 2025, the 13th edition of the BusinessDay CEO Forum Nigeria gathers Nigeria's sharpest minds, business leaders, investors, and policy makers in one room to shape the future. Aliko Dangote, with the biggest conglomerate in West Africa, Harish Aswani of the Tolerant Group, Wala Edo, the Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Nigerian economy, and many more reshaping Africa's leadership space will be there. The BusinessDay CEO Forum Nigeria 2025. From reform to recovery. Register now at www.ceoforum.businessday.ng.
The Pan-Atlantic University brought together industry experts, creators, students, and changemakers in the music industry at the Lagos Business School for the second edition of its SMC Music Business Conference, themed Leveraging AI for Growth, Opportunity and Sustainability in the Music Industry on the 30th of May 2025. The conference commenced with a welcome address from the Pan-Atlantic University School of Media and Communications Dean, Dr. Ikechukwu Ubiaya, where he pointed out the possibilities of AI and how we can capitalize on it to inspire growth in the music industry.
Welcome, and I do hope you have a fantastic day in the music conference of this year. Thank you.
He also used this opportunity to launch the book, a compilation of papers written on the last Music Business Conference. The event proceeded with a keynote speech from Mr. Munyiratsi Chaneta, Managing Director Africa, Empire Publishing, which addressed the impact of AI in the evolution of music rights management.
AI is not here to kill music.
It's here to test us. It's here to challenge us. And maybe it's here to help us. Today, we'll explore what AI really is, why music has always feared innovation, and what's broken in our industry, especially in Africa, and how AI might just be the tool that can help fix it.
The conference featured informative panel sessions with a plethora of reputable speakers and a master class which was able to expatiate on the ethics of AI in music.
Or if I want to mix and master and check my parameters, I could also use like certain metering. There are AI metering devices as well where you can check your loudness, your peaking and all that. So like I can essentially start my workflow and end my workflow without doing anything myself.
How do I analyze all the data to know where the audiences are, where the people that will sell the tickets are? Smart advertising. How do I know where to spend my advertising money? If you don't do it, you just wouldn't be as efficient as everybody else. You wouldn't make as much revenue per naira spent, and you would just get weeded out. And you would see that evolution in the last 10, 20, 30, 40 years in the music business, where there might have been companies that were at the top, and then other companies took over, record labels that were at the top, other record labels took over, and it's not just a local thing. So I think make it available, like you said, teach people, do all these awareness things. Like this panel, for example, will probably bring AI. Everybody might have heard of it, but they might have not thought about it in a different way.
The conference provided a platform for knowledge exchange and forward-thinking conversations which covered accepting AI as a tool that had come to erase excuses instead of a threat to the music business. Each session ended with an opportunity for attendees to share their questions and opinions with the panelists. Some of the attendees and panelists also shared their submissions and takeaways from the event.
It has always been our goal to do more in the different sectors. And so this opportunity we saw as a golden one, the opportunity to collaborate with Aristocrat last year to start this, was for us like a first step into this area of the music industry. And of course, it goes without saying that today it's an industry that's making tremendous impact in the world as a whole, having such an influence. But you look at the other side of it and you see that so much more needs to be done in terms of improving education for this sector, in terms of improving the structures for this sector, and taking time out to study it, taking time out to show the young people who are trying to go into this space what it's all about. We think it's a great contribution towards building a stronger industry. This really is why we decided to do this.
AI can only make improvements to the lives of our creatives. AI is data, it is analysis, it is efficiency. It's able to speed up processes, it's able to clean things up in such a way that it can actually improve the flow of money, the monetization of content back to the creators where it truly needs to be.
How do I use AI? That's one thing people need to understand. When they're able to like fine-tune that aspect of how to use AI for fashion, how to use AI for marketing, how to use AI for production, how to use AI for either media or whatever, people will be able to cue into it, because whatsoever you don't know, have an idea about how beneficial these things can be to me, you probably just ignore it and get slept on.
So you see a lot of AI-generated Afrobeats themed music or bass music. And even if not Afrobeats core, Afrofusion, so maybe fusing Afrobeat to like R&B more from any part of the world. So it won't just be Nigerians anymore or South Africans or Ghanaians. It'll be like anybody could, from some person from, I don't know, Switzerland will probably be generating as well. So that's what I see. I can't tell you what platforms are going to exist because I can't see into the future, but it will be more common, and I feel like we would have made our peace with it. How can artists protect themselves in the AI-dominated landscape? Well, to be honest, just lawyer up. Always lawyer up and have an entertainment lawyer who's knowledgeable about the space and about IP and IP laws and protection, basically. And those will be the best people to advise in any situation.
The event reached a gratifying resolution with the closing remarks from the convener of the conference, Mr. Joseph Abiagom, reflecting on the theme and conversations from the conference, thanking all panelists and guests for their presence.
no profit in business again.
Tinubu is not the cause of Nigeria's suffering.
I did not vote for Tinubu, I will not lie.
I've heard about the student loan, but I was told it was not real.
Many have weighed in their opinions on the issues surrounding the 2 years so far with President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. How far has it been? It has been 2 years. And so, we decided to get out there on the streets to talk to market women, talk to students, and also speak to some professionals who understand what leadership is. And my team, of course, had all the time that they needed. But more importantly, the question is, so far, are we feeling the brunt or are we enjoying the leadership? All these questions need to be asked so we know exactly where we are as a country. So this is how far, so far, on President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's leadership in Nigeria. So let's take a look and see what we had to gather. We'll be right back.
That would preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. So, help me God.
2 years ago, a promise of renewed hope, Bola Ahmed Tinubu stepped into Nigeria's highest office. He inherited a nation's yearning for change, grappling with complex changes and challenges. Well, today, as his administration marked its second anniversary, we asked the question, so far, and how far has Nigeria come? From bustling markets to quiet neighborhoods, the heart of Nigeria beats with a mix of expectations and experiences. So we spoke with ordinary Nigerians from the marketplace.
I will tell you to go and check all these products. All these local made, they're supposed to reduce the price. They should check where they are producing it. If it is stores they are taxing them, that is making everything to cost, they should know how to do it because all these local made supposed to benefit us. It's not important now. Why are they suffering us? Look at, you cannot, if you want to buy biscuits now, before you buy this one, they will give you another one. Without that one, they will not allow you to buy your right one. Everything is just upside down. Tinubu should make things good for us. He should visit all this, especially these local goods. Because the way the thing is coming out now, we are just like selling for them. There's no profit.
I did it for Tinubu. Tinubu is not the cause of Nigeria's suffering, to my own perception. Because if you look it from the critical view, Nigeria has been corrupted before Tinubu climbed the seat, to my own view. Though I'm jobless for now, but it's not Tinubu's fault. This is my 14 years of graduating, but I didn't regret it. Under Lagos State, during the Tinubu regime, I've acquired many skills under his regime.
I stay in Surulere. So in the morning, my husband will come and drop me. He will come and drop me here. My going home with my son, I spend, if I do Aroro, I will spend 2,000. If I do not do Aroro, I will spend like 2,200 or 2,400. When I'm very small, it's our father that has gone out to go and hustle. But now, we women, what we are doing now, we're doing many things. We are more than men now in the house. We are the men in the house now. I want my children to be great.
To schools and universities, and of course some students, and their voices painted a vivid picture.
The impact of Tinubu for the 2 years that he's on the as the president of Nigeria, and also for the economy also, sir. From my place to my school here, because I live at Ibejuleki, so me coming here, I spent 5,000 naira for transport fare. If I'm also going back home, I spend 5,000 naira, making 10,000 naira. So for this month alone, I've been spending 40,000 naira on only transport fare alone. Transportation is killing almost every one of us in Nigeria. If I'm coming to the school, I have to do what? I have to eat. Let's say I estimate myself for the food. I eat, let's say 1,000. So it's a lot. I heard about the student loan that we can actually take a loan that when we want to fill the form, they will ask for the name of the school and everything, and also the account of the school. They will deposit the money into the account of the school. That after we graduated from the school, they will be deducting the money from our salary. But I've not been benefited from the loan.
I've benefited negatively because It's first time with my parents. So whatever affects my parents will affect me. It has not been easy to support my education. They should just consider us more on their plans and anything they want to do. They should consider the students. Like I had to come here from Badagry because my study center at Badagry does not have a lab for our practicals. So I had to come all the way from Badagry here to find a place to stay and all of that. It has been very risky and not easy. I've heard about the student loan, but I was told it was not real.
For some, the fuel subsidy removal and rising cost of living have brought significant hardship, while for others, they acknowledged the tough decisions holding on to hope for long-term gains was necessary. But again, insecurity remains a deep concern for many. Even as the government reports progress, it's a daily balance between struggling and resilience for Nigerians. So to understand the strategic shift, Elizabeth and I from BDTV News turn to Professor Anthony Killer, who is the director of CIAPS, a leading strategist in governance and policy making. He highlights the administration's bold reform, like the exchange rate unification aimed at fiscal stability and attracting investment, which was not bad. But again, while these moves are made, the administration undoubtedly has caused immediate economic pain, particularly with inflation.
I am one of those people, the few of us left, that do not agree that removing fuel subsidy was a good idea.
Fuel subsidy is gone.
A lot of people agree that it's a good idea, including those of us who were against it before. All of a sudden they agree, let history and their conscience judge them. Because when some of us were against it, it wasn't personal, it wasn't political. It was pure economics. Why am I against removal of fuel subsidy? Because I know as a trained economist, and I want to underline that, when you remove fuel subsidy from a system like Nigeria, I was against it under Jonathan because I said it will increase the price of transportation, it will increase the price of food, it will create poverty. And that is exactly what has happened now. If you say to me that you have to remove fuel subsidy, you have to tell me two things. One, why do you want to remove it? And two, what are you going to do with the removal? If you're removing it because people are corrupt, then gather the corrupt people together and jail them or stop them from being corrupt. The people involved in the corruption of fuel subsidy are less than 2,000. So because of 2,000 people, you're going to make 200 million people suffer. That does not make sense the way I was brought up. But there's something very wrong about that, and it needs to be said.
Professor Anthony Killer also went on to point out some key areas where Tinubu's administration and style has affected the nation, but the challenge still lies in translating these policies into tangible improvements for every citizen of Nigeria.
I think so far the government is very high on intentions and politics, but rather low on governance.
Okay.
And I say this because I use three elements, three criteria. What did they meet there? What did they promise? And what do we expect from them? When they were going to government, what the promise was lower prices, more food, more employment, a better Nigeria.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
You are watching Business Day Television.
You're still watching the BDTV Breakfast Show, and of course, I'm doing this right now with Mr.
Onyeka Valentine.
Right, and we're
here.
ready for the newspaper review this morning, which is Monday, June 16th. We want to see what's on the front pages of the papers today. But, before we talk about the papers, let me start by asking you how your weekend was spent.
Well, I would say fantastic. Like they say, there's power in the tongue. But more importantly, having heard what's going on in Benue State and the Pope, responding, it made me ask myself a question. What is the price of human lives? So how will I catch a good weekend when I see my fellow Nigerians dying? Papers.
Right. Let's see what we have on the front pages this morning. I mean, we must really confess that it's really been a very sober past week, from the crashes in India to, the killings in Benue State. It's almost as if every morning you pick up the papers or you check the news, there's one tragic news or the other. And you just have to just stay grateful, for every opportunity you have at life. But let's see what we have on the front pages this morning. Let's start off with the Business Day paper. This is the Business Day breakfast show.
Right.
Now, of course, you have on the front page of the Business Day paper, it says Nigeria's long dance with devaluation ends in reform-driven float. And then there's also another story on the left-hand side of the Business Day paper this morning. But let's start off by talking about what we have on that bigger story. The other smaller story says stronger naira seen as oil prices up on Middle East tensions, FX reserves and petrol prices to rise.
Well, if you look at it closely, the first story there, okay, about the devaluation and reforms and everything. More importantly, if you look at it, you realize that for what it's worth, it's as if we have not really learned from the past. I believe that the sooner we call a spade, the better. If we want our economy to be better, we need to begin to look in depth to find out why all this devaluation back and forth. Okay, I don't want to go into the part where we know it affects Nigerians, especially businesses on the daily, entrepreneurs, and people who are struggling. The major thing is, if we're looking to the upstream, we want you guys to make the right decision so that below they can actually thrive. Businesses are folding up. All right, businesses are having a tough time this period, and so to hear things like that, you begin to ask yourself a question: okay, will it be in favor of Nigerians or otherwise? But we'll see. We'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes.
And then there's also the other story that says stronger naira seen as oil prices up on Middle East tensions, and also speaking about the fact that FX reserves and petrol prices are to rise. And then this is just basically all about the ongoing war between Israel and Iran in the Middle East, which has also triggered a surge in global oil prices, which is expected to strengthen the naira and bolster Nigeria's foreign economy. So sometimes when you have a story, when we have economic, or let's talk about wars and all of that, we need to talk about the impact that they have on the economy, whether positively or negatively. But this time around, the war in the Middle East, it's sort of an advantage to us.
I mean, let's be honest. If you look at it, there is a cascading effect. We, as oil-producing nation, we might not be number one or number two, but we rank within the front line where we can say, look, we are supposed to be a wealthy nation. So when there is a major impact that affects oil prices, like what's happening right now in Iran, which is unfortunate because people are still asking questions, why would Israel attack Iran? Based on some level of hypothesis or some level of assumption that they're enriching their, there's a nuclear enrichment going on. Now, let's even leave that part because that's a far more in-depth story. But let's go to the reason why oil prices might either favor Nigeria or not. It's simple. If we have more production of our
crude oil in Nigeria. If NNPC works 100%, which obviously is not at the moment, if they allow people like Dangote, right, to also do his own part, I don't see a reason why we should have to export our crude oil out there and then end up importing the byproduct like PMS and diesel. So if, for instance, put this way, not for instance, right now Iran is facing some serious issues and they're like number 2 of oil producers, in the world. So if they're ranked number 2, if the war most definitely that has just broken out between Israel and Iran continues, Nigeria naturally is supposed to enjoy, it's just a fact, because then people turn to us to buy more crude. But it's not like that. So what is wrong? Why are we seeing that, imbalance? When naturally, when your competitor is facing challenges, you should naturally enjoy the dividends. Say, okay, we're making more money from this. But reverse is the case. Where, in fact, over the radio, on my way to work here, I overheard one of the radio presenters saying something that there's a big tendency that we might experience, fuel scarcity. I'm like, why? Why should we? How does that affect us? We're an oil-producing country.
Right.
And so if we have this crude oil, we should naturally say, look, we're making more money. So if our GDP is, if the money we make in a month is X amount, it's only natural that more buyers will come to us. So we'll make more money. But is reverse the case? If so, why? If not, why? This particular question is out there for people who are in the NNPC, those who are in the Ministry of Petroleum and all that stuff. They should answer those questions. Again, we don't control what's happening in the Middle East, okay? But it begs the question, why is it that in 2025 we are still exporting our crude oil to collect refined product, PMS and diesel? I'm not saying that we're not making money from it by selling crude oil, we're making money. But we should be able to harness our own here instead of spending money importing fuel and crude oil, fuel and diesel. Let's be able to come together, assist Dangote, right? Also make sure our own refinery works well. So with these two at the same time, we have no business to complain about fuel scarcity or whatever it is. Now that at least, the world hasn't totally shifted away from fossil fuel and diesel and petroleum and PMS and byproduct, we should enjoy it fully. At some point, yes, so subsidy has been removed, we get it. But the fact that there is now issue going up within the Middle East as affecting one of the biggest oil producers in the world, I think our oil prices and our fuel prices should now come down. You should go to the filling station, and you buy fuel at a reduced cost. Now, meanwhile, we will now sell on a higher cost when it comes to, crude oil to the international world. Now, the economists, they know what I'm talking about. We're just anchors, trying to see how best we can present it to the public, right?
But I mean, to catch up on just getting fuller glimpse to the stories and just more in-depth analysis, you need to grab a copy of the Business Day paper this morning. Justice has been done to these stories, talking about strengthening of the naira due to the Middle East crisis. Also, the other story that we have there as well. You need to catch or grab a copy of the Business Day paper anywhere close to you, or just search for www.businessday.ng, where you can see more stories, even so much more. Like we say, if you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with Business Day. All right, let's see what we have on the Punch paper this morning. The Punch paper this morning, pretty simple, straight to the point. The story that says 2027 Tinubu Shetima Alliance under fire. It says rift deepens in APC over 2027 power formula. NAS caucus backs Shetima and governors split. Then on the top side, it says Dangote launches nationwide fuel distribution amid tanker blockade. And that continues on page 29 of the Punch papers. Brent bounce, Nigerian crude hits $77 as Israel-Iran tensions boiled. We already spoke about that. But let's just quickly speak on Tinubu. Then, of course, you see another story, it's more commercial in nature. Dangote Petroleum Refinery to distribute PMS and diesel with free logistics nationwide. And then it said, and then in the middle says this initiative commences on August 15, 2025. KYC, which is know your customer, and registration will close in 60 days. So for those people who want to distribute, they might need to go ahead and start embark on the KYC process now, because it will close in 60 days, which is from June 16 to August 15. And says of course, they are thanking His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu for his continued support, especially through 3 things were listed here: Naira for Crude scheme, Nigeria First policy, and the presidential compressed natural gas initiative. Some of the key benefits of this bonanza, so to speak, is delivery is free throughout Nigeria, credit facility for bulk buyers supported with bank guarantee, total elimination of logistics and transportation costs, lower fuel prices at the point of sale, improved fuel accessibility for both urban and rural communities, enhanced environmental sustainability through optimized delivery systems, support for local economies and businesses, which is what you were speaking about, strengthen long-term energy security and national efficiency, and it will also increase government revenue, and you can now buy high-quality vehicles and equipment because we produce Euro V and VI standards. So obviously they're mentioning some of the benefits of purchasing this fuel, and I think it's interesting because they said purchase minimum of 500,000 liters and get another 500,000 liters on credit for 2 weeks under bank guarantee. Wow.
2 things. 1, it is no news that Nigerians are incentive driven.
Yes, we
and so one of the best ways to encourage this kind of scheme or whatever it is to throw out some level of incentive added to it. But that aside, I think we should let me start with the most important one first. Right? 2027. We are still 2025. And so what is the idea of trying to push hard to say, okay, let's begin to plan, let them begin to plan for 2027 election? Of course, they'll come under fire, right? They'll come under fire because already we are in fire already. How are we in the fire? I will tell you. People are dying in Benue. Meanwhile, they are sending soldiers to Port Harcourt because that's where oil is coming from. I understand where the nation's income comes from, needs to be protected. But what about the lives of other people? So that area of their bid and plan is coming under fire. Of course, to come under fire because people are scared for their lives. Lives and properties are not being protected 100% in Benue. So we hear that the chief of staff, is planning on relocating to Benue temporarily so that they can tackle this thing. I heard over the radio. We also hear the commissioner of police also. They're saying, look, although there's a video, I don't know if we have it, him talking about the head of the snake has been cut off. So what you're seeing right now is the body of the snake that's making that noise, meaning to say that they've gotten whoever the ringleader is. So right now, it's just the people who are the followers are the ones causing problems to get attention. Let's see if his analysis will hold water. But people are dying. And like they say, when 2 elephants fight, we don't know if it's political that's going on because, we know it's an APC state. But when 2 elephants fight, who suffers? The grass.
The grass.
In this case, this grass are human beings. Human beings are dying continuously in Benue. Let us start with that first. Let security of lives and property be guaranteed before we begin to talk about you want to run for 2027. Again, I'm not a politician. We're only anchors, but we bring these things to light as journalists and broadcasters so that people can begin to see, where our level of priority is. Let us prioritize properly. Let lives and livelihood plus properties be 100% protected. This is the only way international investors can come in. And mind you, as much as we don't want boots on ground, right? Of course, our military has said no, we don't want boots on ground. They can tackle the issue. The issue is not bigger than us. Well, if it's not bigger than you, then what is happening? Let us get these people that are causing chaos and sending young people to their early graves. Get them out there. Stop them in their tracks. Otherwise, we will have a nation but it's not actually united, and that will be a bigger challenge.
That would be a big disaster. But let's also speak on the alliance between Tinubu and Shettima.
Okay.
Ahead of the 2027 elections, which is currently under fire. Obviously, there seems to be more detractors right now against that alliance.
Most definitely.
Why do you think that is happening?
Well, I mean, what I think is more or less inconsequential, really.
Right.
It is what is really happening. Let's give our listeners the opportunity to think it out. But if we must weigh into this thing, right? Like I said before, we have, like people said, Tinubu and Shettima's move is being put under fire. It is part of we saying, let us roll out the scorecards. Let's see how far so far. We did a documentary like that.
Of course,
right?
we did.
So that people can actually vent, their mind and see exactly how it has affected them in 2 years so far. And like Professor Killer said in that video, remember, he said, look, that the government should stop talking in, tenses, rather talk in the now. Not saying, okay, what we will do. No, as future tense, talk in the now. Say what we have done and what we're doing now. We understand a lot of projects are being commissioned, like the Coastal Road. We understand new, event centers are being commissioned. We understand that. But the bigger question now is that, and that's the reason why I think, their movement for 2027 is coming under fire. Because 2 years has come and gone. And Nigerians are saying, look, most Nigerians are complaining.
Not what we signed
exactly.
up for.
Even those who even voted for him said, look, this is not what we signed up for. We are feeling more of the brunt than we are really enjoying it. But again, the president has promised and assured renewed hope, saying people should calm down. Farabale.
Did you see his speech on Democracy Day?
Oh, I watched part of it.
It was something else. Like on a lighter note, I do think that sometimes maybe the writers for the president, they genuinely, intentionally put out some lines
that are
to
questionable.
Just stir like meme-worthy lines to just stir
to shake the table.
Yeah, to stir the citizens and the audience, because I couldn't believe it. When he says we want agriculture to be more sexy. Did you see that? How come you've not seen these things?
I'm laughing
no
because
jokes here.
Because I'm laughing not because it's funny. I'm laughing because I expected something worse than that.
You expected something worse
than that. Because
what can be worse than that?
Let's be honest. We're talking about agriculture and it being sexy. It doesn't correlate, most definitely. That line, something wrong with that line.
Something's wrong with that line. Have we been honest?
But let us start with what's going on with whoever it is that is the media, attaché, or the media person who is in charge of making sure such write-ups go out. Do you think that they will stupidly go and then write that thing? There's something that we're not talking about. There's something else that we are not seeing.
Like
but whichever it is, you said maybe this could be like a small, what's it called again? A spoon feed, so that people can hold on something to talk about something.
Yeah.
Do you think that's also part of it too? Give them something to talk about.
No, but and that's where I find it to be problematic, because we're talking about solutions now, not giving us something to talk about. Like we as Nigerians, we like to have fun. So it's been everywhere. Everyone has been saying,
sure
I want Nigeria to be more. No, it wasn't. It was live on television.
These days, you can never tell which is which.
No, it was
I'm not making a case for him.
I understand, but this particular one was live on tele. I don't want to mention on the television.
But again, agriculture could also be sexy too.
No, but seriously, like, if you're saying you want to ramp up agriculture or make it better, but just that line, that word in with agriculture, like, well, are we being serious now?
I'm sure you know I'm being sarcastic.
Here? I know, and then there was even so much more, but I think that was the line that really held, like, really, like, what? From where to where?
Something's wrong.
And I remember a friend of mine on radio even had to do something, and says, you know what? Since we're talking about things being more sexy now, I can't even believe we're talking about it on morning on a morning show, but it was like, you know what? We need Nigeria to be more. More
serious. but seriously, sometimes you throw in a bit of fun to it. But in this case, it wasn't funny. But I laughed because they say Nigeria sometimes it presents it as a movie. And so you look for the funny side of things. But in this case, I think that maybe such scripts should be read properly prior to the day.
And he said it with so much.
Prior to the, and then not just also have somebody else to make sure, the teleprompter, whatever, is working properly. Because I'm sure, normally when heads of state are giving the speech, they have this transparent teleprompter left and right, know. So if something had gone wrong, it was a technical issue, then whoever it is that did that should be called to book or fired, as the case may be. I mean, I know a good example is when some of our colleagues in the business of media, they make mistakes, and people, this person makes a mistake, So if such mistakes are made by the president of Nigeria, which is President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, I don't think, again, I don't make a case for him, but for whatever it is, for whatever has caused that, it is tied to either technical fault or it can't be helped now. So let's don't go there.
Or maybe not, because it was really
glaring.
It was read so well. There wasn't any shadow of doubt or correction, or
that word was added to that script.
Yes, when you say something and then you have that thought like,
what have I just read?
There wasn't any of that, and it was so in tune. Yes, agriculture can be, but you don't expect that in an official setting like what I was saying. But it was really written. You'll probably see the video after this, but I mean, we have to go now. There's also another story in the Vanguard paper which says that President Tinubu commissions Greater Abuja water supply. So it's been an era of commissioning of the ICC, different commissioning.
So we are seeing an era of commissioning, one after the other. Most of these projects were maybe started maybe towards the end of the last democratic whatever it is, maybe when what's the name again? I keep forgetting. Okay, so let's put it this way.
Right.
If, for instance, we have these projects being commissioned continuously like that, the monies that we're spending to do all this stuff, if we remove some of the money and put into other areas that would generate more, more money, as the case may be, more inflow, it will help us out. So I don't want to put down those projects. I'm saying one after the other, back to back, back to back, back to back. Should we slow down a little bit? Healthcare needs attention also. Security needs attention also. Do we have enough money for it to also throw around these things? I'm not saying that it's bad to have projects, but look, there are 7 points agenda. It's always there. I've not heard healthcare being given so much light of the day, the way all these projects are being put in place. So it begs the question, are they systematically designed so that way 2027 will have a spearhead?
All right, that's a question to be answered another day. That's a question to be answered another day, but that's as much as we can take on the newspaper review segment here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. But before we go, let's see what we have on the cartoon of the day today on the Business Day paper. And
it's quite interesting.
That's a building which is not really a building, more like a what are those?
So it looks like a building that was uncompleted building that wasn't properly constructed has fallen on
the person who was
exactly, and the person there, and it looks as if the person is representing regular Nigerians.
Yeah, or the media, because the person has a microphone.
He has a microphone, that's another thing.
Yes, and the person is putting on green, which is the color of Nigerian flag.
So does this mean that democracy is trying to shut the media off?
Yes, so what we
freedom
can
of speech?
I think so. Because we see that crashing on completed building is a democracy building. Obviously, like democracy is what is written there. And then you see that person who is holding a microphone, which I think that for him to be holding a microphone, then is the media says in Nigeria another building is closed, is reporting.
Oh, okay.
So that's a media person reporting, and that person is also crash coming down under the crash. So it's like in Nigeria another building is collapsing, about 199 million souls trapped. So the media is reporting the fact that democracy is crumbling, and obviously the media is also part of the crumble.
Most definitely. Well, whichever it is cartoon of the day.
Yeah.
The idea of it is supposed to help you see that we can lighten up the mood when things are when the politics or the polity or whatever they call it is already tense, and you can call it with a knife. At some point, you say, okay, let's slow it down. So
I
we
think that's
interpret
really
this
profound. That's a really profound cartoon there.
It is. Right.
All right, that's as much as we can take this morning on the newspaper review segment. My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And I'm Onyeka Valentine.
Stay with us for the big story.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
This is the Business Day television broadcast.
First of all, I'm inspired by the fact that young people, bright, intelligent young people, are starting to take an active interest in agriculture. They can see the money. They can see the passion. I can see the passion. So for me, that was a major takeaway. Then, of course, we know what to do in agriculture in Nigeria. We've had hundreds of seminars and symposia about it. What we need to be doing now is to start identify our destinations and start having seminars to decide how we will achieve our preset determination, rather than trying to redraw the rule book all the time. Oh, several. We're pioneering the Noila, which is a dual-purpose chicken breed that can change the face of protein malnutrition in Africa. And already we have over 1.2 million rural households. And we have nearly 10,000 mother units that are buying the day-old chicks, raising them for 5 weeks, and distributing all around the country. It's been very, very successful. We're very proud of it. Also doing innovations like empowering farmers for broiler feed production, for sellers of chicken and beef and fish and eggs. So we're very, very proud of what we've been able to achieve in the protein space, in spite of all the challenges, we're still forging ahead. Okay, for instance, our outgrower farmers, we give them subsidized day-old chick price because we're the #1 producers of day-old chicks in Nigeria. We're able to give them a certain subsidized price. We give them feed. We give them veterinary pharmaceuticals, also at subsidized prices. And most importantly, we take the products back from them into our chicken processing plants in Uyo, Kaduna, Benin, and Ibadan. That way we're able to produce a closed circuit, end to end, for the farmers. And we've, by the grace of God, been able to bring thousands of farmers back into active business. Well, there's a lot government can do, and I know they're doing a lot. I'm aware that there's quite a lot of effort, but like I said, we need to move away from creating ideas to implementing the ideas we already have. And for instance, energy. Why is a farm in Nigeria paying an energy bill? In many countries, energy for farming is subsidized. The road networks, we were fortunate, the Oyo State governor, Engineer Sheyi Makinde, visited one of our facilities and saw how horrible the road was. And we're glad to say that that road has been commissioned now. But how many people have that benefit? So infrastructural government can help us with and also the right environment, the economic environment. Government has no business doing agriculture. They have every business facilitating the production of food to get to the average Nigerian at the lowest price. And I wish them all the luck, all the best in the efforts that they're currently on.
The need for us to immediately future-proof our agri systems and make the country more food secure. We need more mechanization. We need an ecosystem of value chain actors coming together to build this. We need farmers to become more clusterized for interventions to work in a scale. Oh, very fantastic. So we work across 10 states in Nigeria, providing women farmers access to mechanization through cooperatives. We service flour mills of Nigeria, Coast rice. These are some of the biggest growers in the country. We provide fit-for-purpose mechanization from land preparation to harvesting services, and we have seen an increase in yield. Now, we deploy these solutions with an intent for the farmers to succeed, thereby becoming partners to the farmers for the future. We are at the verge of launching our e-commerce platform. It's called the Correct Farmer Platform for farmers to access these products from the comfort of their homes across board, and the growing population of farmers that we have needs to have these tools at their fingertips. The government needs to make their policy more consistent. That's all.
Well, the topic is the future of agriculture in Nigeria, and I just spoke on a panel about future-proofing Nigeria's food security. There's a lot that we have said, but I think the major thing is we need ecosystem players to collaborate so that we can scale, because it's easier to solve the problem at scale than acting fragmented. And of course, beyond that, we need government to be more of a facilitator to bring ecosystem players together, ensure that incentives are well aligned for all players to play. And those ecosystem players will include service providers like input suppliers, from mechanization to fertilizer to seed, then to financiers, financial institutions where I sit. For example, we have funds, and then we provide loans to trade finance loans to commodity exporters, and we finance a number of companies in Nigeria. So you bring financiers together also that way, and then you bring companies that want to scale agriculture, want to invest in the sector. You bring them together and you align incentives for everybody. But we need to start doing things at scale. We need to collaborate, because to really solve the problem, we need to have like an integrated systems approach, so that we can truly handle the problem from farm to table. I mean, it's a broad question. Like I said, agribusiness is a complex system. So I can't prescribe 1 or 2, 3 actionable steps. The first is different players need to understand what their role is. And government needs to use their power in the most effective way. That's the first. So what's the best way for them to use their power? I think that is to bring players to the table, align incentives for all of them, and then ensure that it's implemented. So you bring farmers, you bring commercial investors, you bring financiers, you bring input suppliers, and then you find the right incentives, the right partners, development partners, and you ensure that that is implemented, right? That's one, but it's a complex problem. So there'll probably be a list of 100 things to be done. But the fact is, we can't solve the problem the way we are right now, because we're fragmented. Most of the things we have is wasting. So we need a systems approach. In that systems approach, government's role is to facilitate, bring every important stakeholder to the table. And the third is we then need to, all of those players need to take their part as financiers and investors, as service providers, as agriculture and agribusiness companies, and solve their own part of the problem.
For us, starting with especially when we talk about cluster, especially for agriculture, we are ensuring that our rice farmers are in clusters. So right now, we have in Lagos a cluster of farms of about 1,000 hectares that is going to go into rice cultivation. We have 500 in Igua, which is in Ogun State. So we're having a cluster of farmers so that we can leverage on technology, particularly when in talk with the drone producers for agro-input production, so that we can reduce the cost of production and invariably the cost of output. Yes, there's tractor on the go, and particularly again for the rice farmers, we're actually making provisions for technology to serve them and input to serve them in their clusters that we have created. They're already live, so you just need to be in those groups. You have to be a part of the cooperative, part of the farming community in those groups where they are.
It reinforces the fact that stakeholders need to meet, to discuss, and forge a way forward, and particularly planning towards the future, which this conference is all about. The future of agriculture is propitious, but we need to plan, we need to talk about it, and most importantly, hammering on getting on action. Yeah. Technology comes in different forms and in shape. For us at Integrated Area Precision, we are providing farmers with precision agriculture solutions, such as drone technology services for spraying, planting of seed, application of fertilizers, something like end-to-end, also helping them to detect pests and diseases early as possible. So our farmers, first of all, must have an open mindset to adopt, right, accept and adopt this technology. And we can put from different stakeholders, we can put together models that can allow our farmers to be able to access this technology at scale. I mentioned during my speech, we need to move to cluster farming, move our smallholder farmers from a fragmented system of production to a clustered system of production that allows them have access, easy access, right, to these technologies. And not only technology, interventions from the government, policies can be focused on them, and they can be able to have a voice, right, that is aggregated, that is and strong. So, and with that, I believe that we can be able to have access to technology. And of course, we cannot put away the fact that funding is important, right? So we can come together to create a model that allows these farmers not only acquire this technology, but the goal is for them to have access, either through services or through other models. Yeah. Well, I would say that the government is an enabler. The government enables by creating the environment, the enabling environment. And what do I mean by enabling environment? The policies, right? The policies that make technology to strive, the policies that allows our farmers to work more efficiently. And working more efficiently, talking about cluster farming, we're going to be talking about land clearing and land development, and that is the responsibility of the government. And because the government is the owner of the land, right? So the government needs to do that and not moving away from land development into supporting farmers with, with the technology that can allow them to grow productively at scale and, more importantly, sustainably. So that's where government can come in. Okay. What's the difference? Well, this is 2025. One, but from my assessment, I can see the crop of stakeholders and professionals brought, in the room, and I believe that this is a hot pot, right, where these issues are being discussed, and I want to hope that from here we can be able to get into action, actions that result into real impact on real people, right? So beyond just talking, I can see the crop of people that is really significant and commendable. But what's going to be more important, and what I hope for through this conference, will be translating this discussion into action, right? We can see government, we can see private sector individuals, we can see development organizations who are interested in the agricultural sector. Yeah, we can be able to make things work.
Like I said in my presentation, all the stakeholders in the agri ecosystem in Nigeria, especially the government and the private sector and investors, need to come together to a round table to discuss the possible investment available for the mechanization ecosystem, especially for making tractors available to smallholder farmers, affordable tractors. If we have tractors that farmers can easily pay for, all right, it will reduce the dependency on on crude equipment. Okay, so the call to action is for every player in the system to sit down on a round table and discuss how to make this possible. If it is investment, bring in your investment. If it is policy, how can government policy improve and impact positively on the availability of tractors? Can we, by policy, increase the number of tractors available to farmers across Nigeria? Can we, by policy, reduce the costs of tractors currently? So I think that is with the various stakeholders and the powers that be to make sure that tractors are everywhere for smallholder farmers. Yeah, and I think that's the way to go. With what we currently have, even imported tractors are not enough. All right, there's a huge deficit of almost about 200,000 tractors in Nigeria. We can make that up. We can make up that number by fabricating locally, by supporting local fabricators. I don't think we have up to 5 firms or companies fabricating currently in Nigeria. We can increase the number of local fabricators. We can make funds available to them to be able to include. We can develop markets for them. We can help them with demand. We can help them with all sort of their capacity to be able to adequately fabricate and manufacture and release these tractors to the farming population to enable everybody have at least enough tractors to farm their land. We provide technology services connecting farmers to owners of tractors, number one. We also work in policy, working with the government to see how, through the impact of policy, we can reduce drastically the effect of the economy on fabricators and manufacturers and importers of tractors. Right. Number three, we collaborate. We work with every interested private sector player, public sector player, and farmer groups to understand the various challenges and how to play our role in reducing the problems. Yeah, it's definitely a limitation because, again, like I said at the presentation, if farmlands are scattered everywhere, it's almost impossible for any owner of tractor to make their tractors available. All right. So how do we start clustering farmers? How do we start bringing them together? How do we make it possible for a particular, for instance, a particular 200 hectares or 1,000 hectares? Yeah. How do we make it possible for farmers to actually cultivate together? Right? How do we build a farming community? Okay, so that when a tractor hits that community, the owner is able to till about 1,000 hectares or even 500 hectares or 2,000 hectares, right, without moving out of that community. So clustering is the way to go. Developing farming communities is the way to go. My major takeaway from this event is that if, again, all the stakeholders can collaborate and they mean it, it's possible to make Nigeria so food secure.
So I think number one, it's a myth to say that we don't have farmers in Lagos. In the last 6 months, 9 months to 1 year, we in the Ministry of Agriculture and Food Systems, we've been on farm tours, moving around various farms in the 3 agricultural zones of Lagos in Badagry, Ikorodu, and Ekpe areas. Maybe we don't have as many vegetable or crop farmers as you have in other parts of the country because our farmers are more focused on poultry, livestock, piggery, and aquaculture. So they are also farmers. And then you have the artisanal fishermen as well. But we do have farmers indeed in Lagos. In the Ojo axis, for instance, Badagry, you have a lot of vegetable farmers. In the Ekpe axis, Ikorodu axis, you have a lot of aquaculture and poultry farmers. And in other areas, you have pig farmers as well. So number one, it is a myth that we do not have farmers. Being here today at the Business Day Summit, moving Nigeria from food scarcity to sufficiency and what have you, it just consolidates everything we have been doing as a Lagos state government under the leadership of Mr. Babajide Olusola Sanwo-Olu, putting together a market-led transformation. I was very happy that in there, one of the panelists had mentioned that systems and building the right kind of systems for all stakeholders within the value chain is actually what is most critical, rather than giving silo-led interventions, which is what is the norm. And having a market-led transformation system is actually the fulcrum of all we are doing in the state government in Lagos State. And essentially, it is harmonizing all the efforts of value chain actors. So you're talking about logistics providers, you're talking about storage facilities, being made available. You're talking about input providers. You're talking about market actors themselves, the market men and women. You're talking about aggregators. You're talking about financiers. You're talking about everybody and anyone you can think of in the value chain that would ensure that your food moves from the farm to your table. That is the essence of having a market-led system, and that is what we are doing in Lagos State. Building the largest food logistics hub, which will cater to the aggregation that is required to be able to consolidate all holdings around food and ensure that at least we have a minimum of 180 days of availability of food if there's a disruption in the system. Yes, would that guarantee?
That guarantee drop in prices.
Yes, that's the whole idea, because when you have enough food available, it means you take out fluctuations as regards availability. Also, you have preservation in place, because you can't store food without having the right preservation technologies in place. At the same time, the price point at which you buy, it means you no longer are subject to demand and supply fluctuations or even climatic conditions, because you have the foods available year round, and for that reason you can actually stabilize prices. These are areas we have seen are critical to the overall ecosystem in agriculture, and this is where we are putting our monies behind, to ensure that for the entire Nigerian space. And when we talk about agriculture and food availability, Lagos is at the forefront. We understand our place as the largest market in sub-Saharan Africa, and we know that we must also collaborate with other states that have the capacity and capability to be able to provide the quantum of food that is required. So this is not just a silo game. It is for all of us, private sector, public, non-governmental, civil society, for all of us to partner, come together, and ensure that we have food available for everyone. So I hope I have broken the myth for you, but I mean, it's left for you to come and see what we are doing in the space, but we indeed do have farmers. I mean, come out during World Food Day celebration and you'll see that Lagos does indeed have farmers. No, when you say eggs are expensive,
What does it think that
in Lagos, we just rounded up the Onje Eco Food Farmers Subsidy Program, where we actually subsidize input feed for poultry farmers and aquaculture farmers. We gave a 25% subsidy. We worked with the likes of Olam and with the likes of Animal Care in ensuring that the farmers got the feed also directly from the manufacturers themselves. And that was able to help bring down the cost of eggs and the cost of chicken and the cost of even fish. Right now, as I speak to you, at one of our facilities, which is the middle level hub at Mushi Idiro, that's a fresh food hub, egg is sold at the lowest price in the state. And when I'm talking about eggs, I'm talking about the largest sized eggs, and a crate is going for 5,300, whereas in other parts of the state we have eggs going for about 6,000 to 6,500 naira. The same thing is happening for many other products, and these are things that we are working on as a state government to say, when we have specific locations, when we have facilities that can be controlled in terms of quality, in terms of accessibility by the farmers themselves, where you negate the middlemen, then consumers will be able to access food at lower prices, and government will also be able to intervene properly and ensure that in terms of subsidies, in terms of interventions, it is going straight from government to the consumer, taking out the middleman in the whole space. My major takeaways from this event would be that, number one, we have actors who are really practicing within the space. And when I say actors, you're talking about from farmers themselves to those who are in the finance sector. And these are people who truly are catering to the people within the space, so they know what they're talking about. Number two, I'm very happy, again, like I mentioned earlier, it is a systemic solution that must be adopted. And a systemic solution means we cannot work in silos. We must cater to the issues surrounding logistics. We must cater to the issues surrounding storage. We must cater to the issues surrounding credit and finance and insurance and financial accessibility. We must cater to production itself. We must cater to climatic issues regarding ESG and what have you. We must cater to water resources even being made available. So when you put all of this together in one full basket, and solutions are tailored to each and every one of them, but in congruence with one another, then we'll start to have the right kind of solutions to the entire problem. The bottom line at the end of the day is food availability. What is food availability? It is when food is made available at the right price, in the right quantity, at the right time, to the right consumers. And this is where markets also come in. Markets help to harmonize all of these efforts together. And for you and I, that comes up to us in the form of pricing and in the form of the freshness and wholeness of the food. So this is what we are doing in Lagos State government, and I'm very happy that what Business Day is doing here today, it just harmonizes for us all of our efforts in the last couple of years.
As Jovren Group, we own 48,000 metric ton cocoa processing plants in Nigeria, which make us the largest indigenous cocoa processing plants in Nigeria and second largest indigenous cocoa processing plants in Africa. So as a group, we encourage value addition, and that is why we are into value addition, adding value to our commodity. So as a group in John Vane Group, we have some of our subsidiaries that are adding value to our commodities, such as cocoa processing. So in John Vane Industries, what we do is we process cocoa bean into cocoa butter, cocoa cake, cocoa powder, which are also served as raw material for some organization. And as a processing company, we also process cashew into some other derivative under the authority of our other subsidiary, Noble Eagle. We also process sesame. We process soybean into soybean oil. We process paddy rice into polished rice. And with this, what we are doing is to encourage value addition to our commodity and also to discourage food importation. We are encouraging local food production within the agricultural sector and also to encourage the smallholder farmers into farming and also to encourage the youth to go back to farm, because by adding value to all this commodity, we are also encouraging people to come and rather than exporting the raw commodity abroad. In John Vane Group today, we are partnering with over 15,000 farmers, and by 2030, we have a target of partnering with 150,000 farmers, and which means that in long term, we are encouraging more smallholder farmers. And also within our schemes, we have a scheme in John Vane Group. We have the in-grass schemes, and we have the hard-grass scheme. We are doing this to encourage farmers, especially from the small orders to the mid-level and to the large farmers group. And in John Vane Groups today, we are encouraging cooperative settings. We are encouraging farmer groups in such a way that our farmers, especially both in our hard-grass farming scheme and in-grass farming scheme, we have different farmers group and we have different cooperative. And we are not stopping at that. As I speak to you, as of last week, we still have a team on the field encouraging cooperative formation so that we can have more farmer group within our group to encourage smallholder farming system within our business. Yeah, in Nigeria today, farmers are suffering up to 40% post-harvest loss. We realize this as a business, as John Vane Group. And that is why we have built and we are still building small warehousing units in every community where we have our farmer group in order to avert the challenges of poor road, like you mentioned. Before they bring in their commodity from the farm to the town or from the farm to the market, there are lots of losses. So in order to avert this, in each of our community where our cooperative and farmer group are established, we have many warehouses for them. And also through our logistic arm, as a business, we also have our logistic arm named Even Hauling, where we have over 100 trucks. So we have access to easy logistics. So through this, we move all this in bits from their local warehousing to the factory and also to the mega warehouses in the city. We also, through our transportation system that we currently established, we also encourage farmers and make transportation easier for them for moving their products from their farm to the local warehouse up and also to our mega warehouses in the city and also to the factory for processing. Yeah, so our business, we are into both local processing and also into export of the finished products. So like I mentioned earlier about the losses that the farmers are encountering and faces on the farm. You also mentioned poor road infrastructure. So we need the government to intervene into all these challenges. This John Vent has provided solution to logistics, but how many can the private sector do? So we want the government to come on board and assist the smallholder farmers. Yes, there are schemes that we as a business have established to help these farmers, but we can only do this to the farmers under our group. I mentioned earlier that we are looking at 150,000 farmers by 2030. But in Nigeria today, we cannot reach all the farmers. We cannot provide solution to all the problems that all the farmers in Nigeria are facing. So we need the government to come on board and assist the private sector in order to help the farmers. Government might not be able to reach these farmers directly, but we have a chain where we can reach these farmers directly. We already established that platform where we can reach these farmers directly. And in another way of where the government can come in, they can assist with either no interest or very low interest loan where which we can, or this can come through us to the farmers because we have a well-established microfinancing system whereby these farmers can get this loan without interest. Even as a business, as I talked to you, we give our farmers no interest loan. So if a business, a private sector could do this, then government can also do this. So we need the support of the government in this line and also to improve infrastructure, good roads, good roads, to solve logistics problem, and this will also encourage the youth to remain at the farm, and it will also reduce urban migration. The farmers will have peace of staying over in the farm. Yeah, so I mentioned that by 2030, we are looking at partnering with 150,000 farmers. And I also mentioned that we need government intervention in building roads, providing irrigation, providing potable water for farmers, making farmers' livelihood better. By the time we have support for 150,000 farmers in the food sector today, you will see the impact in the life of people, not now, not even in the farmers alone, because food will be accessible for the community where these farmers are. Even in the nearer community to where the farmers are settled, there will be no food supply. The farmers and the community livelihood will be better. And as John Vent as a business, because these are our farmer group, the commodities that we trade in, there will be sufficient raw materials for the business to process. And through this, it's a chain from the farm to the business, from the business to the government, because when the business makes money, then the government will also take some taxes. So it's a chain. Yeah, so what we have done and what we are still doing is to ensure that we partner with both private investors and public investors. Recently, we partnered with BRI, and last year, we also partnered with IFC, and we also have some personal investors that are willing to partner with us because of the good work that the business is doing. Yeah, so in Nigeria today, agribusiness have access to maybe about 5% lending from commercial bank. And because our major commodity in Joven Group is cocoa processing. Cocoa processing is highly capital intensive. So because of this, for our business sustainability, the strategy we have adopted, like I mentioned to you earlier, is to encourage private investors and also public investors. Like I said, we partner with BII, and last year, we also got some funding from IFC and from some commercial bank. And because of the highly intensive how the capital is, we are open for more investors to come into the business for our business to grow bigger and better.
This is the Business Day television broadcast.
Welcome to the Business Day Insurance Conference. Our theme today focuses on resilience and growth in uncertainty, charting the path for Nigeria's insurance industry.
Business Day Media hosted the Insurance Conference 2025 on the 16th of April, bringing together leading voices from across Nigeria's insurance landscape. The conference had a strategic gathering of CEOs, regulators, policymakers, and innovators committed to reimagine the future of insurance in Nigeria. The event themed Resilience and Growth in Uncertainty, charting the path for Nigeria's insurance industry, kicked off with a welcome address by the editor of Business Day Media Limited, Temitayo Fabole, who highlighted the importance of the insurance industry as a pillar of national stability.
Penetration of insurance in Nigeria is just 1%, of the GDP per capita. But now imagine that if it grows, if it increased by just 1%, Nigeria's economy would unlock about 1.5 billion in additional economic value. So for every 1% that is unlocked in insurance, it's an additional 1.5 billion. And you can imagine if that compounds. For an economy that also is turning the corner, obviously, with new businesses rethinking investments in Nigeria, taking more risk, it means you also need to take insurance. So obviously the opportunities are there. Not just the typical ones, life, your car insurance, but also a change of mindset. And of course, with the numbers that we have in Nigeria, you unlock a lot of opportunity.
Also followed was a goodwill message delivered by the Deputy Commissioner for Insurance, Finance and Administration, Mr. Ekerete Ola Gamikon. Representing the CEO of the National Insurance Commission, Mr. Olusegun Ayo Omosheyin.
So the insurance industry is the biggest industry in Nigeria. Yes, I heard when the editor said insurance is not as big as it is elsewhere in the world. That's a misconception. The insurance industry is the biggest. Why do I say that? By the time we begin to hear from the keynote address and other conversations, we'll discover it, we'll find out, we'll appreciate it. So how it works is that we secure all of the businesses that are being done in Nigeria. So when you see the value of Dangote Refinery, it's the insurance company that holds it together. When you see the BUA group, any group at all that you mention, it's the insurance industry that holds it together. Because what we call the sum insured, which you don't understand, is the value of what we secure. So why won't we be the biggest? So please, let's put our hands together for ourselves.
The keynote speaker, Dr. Chizoba Perpetua Egolu, rector of the College of Insurance and Financial Management, during her address, emphasized on the need to build resilience in the face of economic uncertainty. She also talked about the versatility, strategies, challenges, opportunities, solutions, growth, and the role of stakeholders in the insurance industry.
As insurance practitioners, we have first-hand information on the impact of economic uncertainty on our clients. And we have also seen the importance of insurance in ensuring that we restore those businesses as it is. Also, if we could close our eyes in a flash and think about
What will happen if there is no insurance business in Nigeria? First is that we won't be here. There will be no job for all of us, two of us. So our importance cannot be overemphasized. So I may bold to say that insurance is a recession-resistant industry. In fact, we can say that one of the synonyms of insurance could be resilience. So we are a business that have come to stay.
The conference featured 2 engaging panel sessions with reputable industry experts.
Here is an umbrella representing the insurance in Nigeria. You can see this umbrella here has power. It can cover the risk of an entire nation. But how many risk is under this umbrella? It is less than 1%. The contribution to the GDP, less than 1%. So we can have 100% under this risk, but the potential currently is 1%. It shows that we need to bring in all innovative technique to bring people under this umbrella. So amidst that, this umbrella here is shaking. Why is it shaking? Because of high inflation level in the country. There is so many things that is happening in the country, interest rate, volatility, and co. So those are the topical issues that we are going to be discussing today.
One is about the clients themselves, and one is about the insurance companies too. From the clients themselves, you have to pay insurance today for a purported unknown risk that could come up tomorrow. That point of do we know whether your reward is going to be on earth or in heaven is still one of those barriers, because people think that if I pay now, I don't know if I'm going to need it and I might never need it. So there's still that mindset that will it really help me? And when you put that beside young people today, they have this you only live once mindset, right? And you're saying I only live once and I'm going to put this money here. And I don't know if I'm going to benefit from it, right? And when they start to think that way and they look at, okay, what if I need it? What is the multiples I'll get? The multiples on insurance that they've put in place might not be adequate for the sort of realities that they are facing. So in the end, they will prioritize putting money on investments, putting money on even betting, yeah, because even though everybody knows that in betting you might not win, but in insurance you would always win at some point in time. But from them, they're just thinking about today. So for us, we have to rethink our approach to be able to manage those sort of barriers that they are facing. But okay, what other benefits can you get today from an insurance policy? We do have benefit policies and we have risk, pecuniary situations that could or could not happen.
Vice Chairman of the No Takafu Insurance Limited, Mr. Aminu Tuku, also threw light on how non-conventional insurance models can support market expansion during his presentation. The conference provided a platform for knowledge exchange and forward-thinking conversation, which underscored the urgent need for collaboration and innovation to grow Nigeria's insurance industry. Some of the attendees and speakers shared their key takeaways from the event, offering perspective on how the sector can remain competitive and inclusive in a fast-changing world.
And from research today, I see that the industry is more open to collaboration. I see that people we're thinking we want a better industry. Penetration is still low, even though we're impacting a lot. But we're still not doing enough when it comes to retail customers, SMEs. And I think there's an opportunity for us as insurers to work together, to learn from each other, and to perhaps find some ways to collaborate to solve some problems together. So I look forward to even the deliberation on innovation, just for others to know what's going on and what's possible. So this is, I think, a really great event. Thanks to Business Day.
The insurance sector rather in Nigeria is, they are growing, right? But there's still one or two things that needs to be done for the company to, I'm sorry, not company, for the sector, for the sector to get to its destination, right, and be at par with its contemporaries in the global world, right? So, for example, now in terms of a digital platform, in terms of going digital, so globally, most insurance companies can perhaps sit at the comfort of your home and subscribe to a package, an insurance package, pay your premium and all, right? Not all insurance companies in Nigeria are into that. And I think that's what they could do. And one of my takeaways here is that, see, insurance, the time has come for you to open your eyes to innovation. And innovation is the next thing. So innovate, right? Be digital, go global.
The event concluded with a network session offering stakeholders an opportunity to forge partnerships and exchange ideas for the future of insurance in Nigeria. This is Indigwe Ifunaya reporting for BusinessDay TV.
Essentially, contactless payments is still very new at the infancy stage in Nigeria. But as RedTech, we're quite forward-thinking organization. And what we'll be contributing to this is enabling payments, essentially between POS terminals and mobile app technologies. The expectation is that based on the ecosystem, where we have a lot of actors, RegTech being a fintech company as well, will be taking a lead in driving contactless payment so that we can help to power confidence amongst other players such as commercial banks and consumers in the ecosystem. I must appreciate the coordinator of today, Business Day. I salute them. It's obviously a recognizable brand in the media space. And also, I must also appreciate all of the participants, particularly the representative of the MD of the Nigerian Interbank Settlement System, the Mr. Premier Oiwo, represented by Ugo, the speaker before me, who was able to give us the journey so far in terms of digital payments and the evolution of the digital innovation products in Nigeria. I was able to also leverage some of the information shared in his presentation to also let us know that it's a gradual progress that we're going to realize in contactless payment. Based on the persona of consumers, essentially, they tend to react to change. This is expected. So it's going to be, the progress in contactless payment is going to be gradual. As I mentioned, it might be best to look for a niche in deploying contactless payments. And that niche essentially would ensure that maximum security experience, whereby even if your credentials has been compromised as a consumer or infringed upon, your funds can still be recovered. That will boost confidence before exposing contactless to other means whereby it is of a higher risk. That would be my personal advice to the industry. RegTech originally started as a purely ICT company. And what I mean by ICT is software licensing, OEM reseller. We were a representative of over 23 international OEM brands in Nigeria, supporting the financial industry, other financial institutions, and also energy sector. But today, as a company, we have evolved into financial service space where we provide fintech solutions. And not only that, our payment volume has grown to over $1 billion worth of transactions per month. In year 2024, we processed up to 16 trillion worth of transactions, which is significant based on the fact that this was our first year in the fintech space, essentially. We've gone through a year one of gestation period. This is our second gestation period. Obviously, based on experience, it takes about 3 years, 36 months for a full gestation period for a fintech. And as I mentioned, in our first year, we recorded about 16 trillion worth of transactions a month. Today, that has also grown significantly. In year 2025, in quarter one, we've recorded about 6 trillion worth of transactions processed already. That's an average of 2 trillion plus per month, meaning that by the end of the year, we'll be recording over 24 trillion worth of transactions, if not more.
Ethnos is providing some a significant measure of security assurance for the ecosystem, because we help to solve security problems. We help to assess your environment, your infrastructure, your connections, your services, and then look at it from the security point of view and provide that kind of assurance that people require that to build trust in the ecosystem. And not only that, we're also building database of security intelligence, building local data so that security interest people, government can have data local that they can rely upon, not just looking at data that's coming from outside. Currently, we rely on data that are coming from foreign companies, checkpoint, Kaspersky, the Cisco, but we're now building local intelligence, extracting data from the environment that we can use to make sense. So Ethnos is not only just providing assurance, but we're also building resources and data that can be relied upon to make good security-related decisions in Nigeria. Now, apart from helping organizations to look at the environment, providing assessment and all of that, we've also been able to build our own homegrown applications. The first one that we have built is securing mobile applications. So if you have a mobile application right now, we can perform a scan of that application for you, detect your vulnerability that exists there, the bugs that exist there, the issues that can be exploited by criminals. We can detect it for you before the criminals, show you to you, guide you how to fix it, and you can fix it. When after you have fixed it, we can also help you to provide shield, provide protection, so that even if there are weaknesses that exist on the application, we can shield you from attack. Okay, so we do that, and not only that, we also help you to monitor those applications, and you're able to use consumer user behavior to improve the services that you provide to our users. That's one of the things we do. We have also been able to build capability to fix the human vulnerability that exists within the security ecosystem. For example, what we call awareness training. So we can conduct simulated attack, okay, for your staff, so that your staff, you can detect for your staff what kind of risk they pose for you, and then guide them to get trained, get them breach those loopholes, and equip them to be able to apply human shield against security threats. So we'll build this local, I don't call it local really, we'll build homegrown solutions that have taken into consideration what we have learned from providing services in Nigeria and Africa. So we'll build it in Africa, in Nigeria, for the African market, and then of course to apply to global market. So we have two applications that we have built, and we are constantly conducting researches. We are researching on other areas of need right now, and as soon as we identify area of need and market readiness, then we'll build another solution. So we are a home for security protections for the African market. A couple of things. First is we can no longer shy away from technology. It's a must. So what we need to do is to prepare, put our hearts in order, and be able to compete and ensure that technology is enhancing human behavior, is enhancing services, and of course, is improving our communication and engagement with business and the consumers of business. That's one. Two is that we have to realize that as a society, it has government or private sector, we need to look at how we can constantly improve the use of this technology. We can't shy away from it anymore. There's just no way we can run away. And so we have to embrace it, we have to prepare to adopt it, and we have to equip ourselves to be able to respond efficiently and effectively to the demands of technology. Those are the two things that I've taken away from here. And we are ready, the market is ready, the market is huge, and there are people here locally who are able to support the demands of this technology and the demands of service to ensure customers are receiving good experiences, and businesses are growing, and the economy is growing, and everybody is good for it.
Huge thanks to Business Day for putting this together. First off, the panels were very well put together. We had people from legal perspective, we had people from the payment sector, people from the blockchain sector. So my expectations, also in line with the open banking announcement by CBN, is to see more collaboration happen within the financial services sector, the acquirers, the regulators, and basically all the players. See us come together and use what is already there. Like some of the panelists said, some of our POS devices are already NFC enabled. Our cards are already NFC enabled. And this would go a long way in helping some sectors, like the transport sector in particular, where we're trying to mop up cash in the environment. And it's not easy to do bank transfers to your bus drivers. It'd also be very good for like the retail sector, the supermarkets. We're moving towards more self-service checkout platforms and shopping markets and retail stores. So moving in line with what the global industry is moving. So I think Nigeria is well positioned, and we have the population, demographic, and we can make this work with all players coming together. So like I said before, collaboration, more user education is needed. More support is needed from an infrastructural point of view. And basically having events like this basically is pushing more awareness out there of what we can do and of what is expected of us to do in the ecosystem.
There've been a lot I've learned, so but my major takeaway is I mean that I've been exposed to a lot of things regarding future of payments in Nigeria. I mean, also apparently, building a business, a startup. I mean, and I've gotten an insight that can actually add on to my own startup that will actually help me thrive in my own industry. I look forward to seeing contactless payment. I mean, seeing country like China. I mean, I wanted to raise the question, but I just had to leave. I mean, we should introduce something like your finger payment. No, that's the need. I look forward to seeing that also in Nigeria. I mean, I don't need to take my card everywhere. I'm the kind of person I hate taking cards everywhere. I'm sorry to say, but I'd say that but if you have that kind of payment now, it's going to be a very good one for us. So.
This is the Business Day television broadcast.
Nigeria is at its turning point, from reform to recovery. On the 10th of July 2025, the 13th edition of the Business Day CEO Forum Nigeria gathers Nigeria's sharpest minds, business leaders, investors, and policy makers in one room to shape the future. Aliko Dangote, with the biggest conglomerate in West Africa, Harish Aswani of the Tolerant Group, Wala Edu, the Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Nigerian economy, and many more reshaping Africa's leadership space will be there. The Business Day CEO Forum Nigeria 2025. From reform to recovery. Register now at www.ceoforum.businessday.ng.
Every year on June 16th, Africa marks the International Day of the African Child to remember the courage of its children. This year's theme is Planning and Budgeting for Children's Rights, Progress since 2010. It all began in 1976 when thousands of students in Soweto, South Africa marched against an unfair education system. Many were shot and many never made it home, but their voices still echo today. Now, this day is about action. It's a time to ask, how far have African governments come in turning promises for children into real results? Millions of children still lack access to safe schools, good health care, clean water, and protection from abuse. In places where budgets are tight, children's needs often come last. In Nigeria, issues like malnutrition, child labor, out-of-school children, and gender-based violence remain widespread, especially in rural areas. Planning and budgeting for children's rights isn't just paperwork. It's about giving every child a fair chance to grow, learn, and lead a better life. Government needs to track what's working, fix what's broken, and spend wisely to protect the next generation. The African child deserves more than remembrance. They deserve commitment. They deserve results. I am Ifunaya Indigwe, reporting for Business Day TV.
Today is not just another Monday, it's the Day of the African Child, a day that reminds us of the beauty, the brilliance, and yes, the burdens that so many African children still carry today. We often say the children are the future, but for millions of African children, even the present is still a struggle. This day traces back to June 16 of 1976 in Soweto, South Africa, when thousands of children took to the streets demanding the right to be taught in their own language. They wanted something so simple, education that reflected their identity, but they were met with gunfire, hundreds being killed. Their courage sparked the movement, and today, nearly 5 decades later, their voices still echo across the continent. But what would these brave children say they saw things today, Valentine?
Indeed, I will tell you. First and foremost, I wish we had a national, or put this way, intercontinental or continental anthem for children. You know, because you cannot have all this great talk without we, hitting our kids. We're all, kids one way or the other when we're growing up with first and foremost children, and became adults. But to lay the way it is, today's 16th has an array of things that we need to narrow at to say, why aren't our kids round Africa, length and breadth, not enjoying life the way they're supposed to enjoy life? What are the challenges? And if there are solutions, what are the solutions? But more importantly, can we prevent mortality rate for children? Can we reduce the amount of kids that die unnecessarily? Don't forget, one of Africa's powerful, stronghold, our stronghold, lies in the people. That's the fact. Countries like Burkina Faso is a landlocked country, but their strength is in the people. And so you need children who will eventually become adults, to become greater leaders, And then on the flip side, who is responsible for making sure that systems in Africa don't work properly? Are we not just, put it this way, are we being, exploited? And is it trickling down to affecting the kids, our children, while they're not getting the best of all education? Is it because of bad leadership, bad decisions? Or is it tied to having unnecessary, put this way, selfish dealings with the West? Call it as it is. Because if, statistics have shown that more African kids are liable to die before the age of 5 than developed countries.
Interesting.
Why is that so? Why should it be like that?
That's not a good thing.
It's not a good thing. So in every, put it this way, 10 children, 1 will die. Is that what you're telling me? Out of some that is preventable? The challenges are there. And if you look at it, you hardly will record, I don't know if there are records out there to show that you have more child soldiers in different countries outside Africa than we have in Africa. So what is the cause of all this? What's giving room for this particular problem?
And then also speaking about Africa, now children in many parts of Africa, children are still marching. They're marching not in protest, but they're marching to fetch water, to find work, or to simply survive. And here in Nigeria, it's heartbreaking to know that over 10 million children are out of school, and that's the highest number in the world. Now, girls in rural areas are being married off as early as 12 years old. Some children go to school on empty stomachs. That's if they go at all. And there are real efforts happening on the ground, I must say. Local NGOs, community teachers, tech startups, they're building classrooms, training educators, delivering lessons over the radio and online. Young people are rising up, they're creating solutions. If you look at so many of the startups these days, they're young people creating them, although not children, but I mean,
innovative.
Pretty much. Now, they're community-led education initiatives, programs like UNICEF, school feeding schemes. We have that. We have digital education innovation by startup and NGOs. And this is in spite of the odds. Now we're seeing African-led solutions that prove that impact is possible, which is really something that I'm really big on when we're talking about impact, sustainable impact. Conversations around impact are really important for me. Because if we're talking about some of the goals that we have for the world now, talking about reducing education, reducing poverty, education, clean energy. Those are conversations that are really important to me, and you cannot overlook the African child when you're talking about this conversation.
They are the future of tomorrow, isn't it? So? And then, just to pour more light to what you just said, if you look at it closely, right? These decisions are global issues. Okay, talking about climate change, you're talking about free trade within countries. The children don't really have any say in these things. But if we begin to make decisions at that top level, right, having in mind the future leaders, I don't think we'll make decisions out of ego. Because as far as I'm concerned, a lot of decisions are made on that level out of ego, out of control, out of who wants to be in charge of the world market, who wants to be in charge of world domination and stuff like that. So all this is done without having the major reason why we're human beings in mind, which is continuity. And the only people who will succeed, those who are already old and about to leave this earth, are the young ones, are the children. We're no longer kids. But if you remember when we were kids, right? Think about it. Before you want to play with somebody else, you do ask the person, hey, are you a Muslim? Are you a Christian? Oh, where are you from? No, those questions don't come up. You just come out to the field and you play under the rain and sun. You are happy. Now, the question is this. Are decisions being made by world leaders that affect Africa? Well, we're talking about African kids right now. To affect Africa and its children so badly that their childhood are taken away from them? What decisions are we making? I mean, today we're hearing issues going up in Congo. We're hearing this place is war-torn zone. Or we hear rebels here. We hear M23 there. We hear different issues surrounding, illegal mining of, of natural resources and stuff like that. And most of these things find their way to the market of the West. Cobalt and what do you have? Gold and every other thing. But at the end of the day, someone suffers, right? Desertation continues. Believe it or not, desert encroachment is a big issue. And so if it affects, like you rightly said, climate change, if we're having more land being lost to desert, put this drought, I beg your pardon, what is the cause? These people come in, and when they mine the whole place, they purposely remove vegetation. So it affects the farmer, who in return is supposed to have some form of livelihood. And so his farming, his way of life is affected. And if he has like 5 to 8 children or more, and so he's not left with a choice. Which one will he train? Which one will he send off? Or which will he probably give out to child marriage? And this is what we see on the daily. You wouldn't say because the economy is not what it is, so you shouldn't give birth to more than two kids. Most of the, I won't say religions, but most of the cultures allow for multiple marriages, allow for more children.
I think that at this point, though, this is why I come in. You talked about multiple children. I think there's also the role that we have to play as individuals and in terms of educating, and also as the media.
Like family planning.
So it's very important, right? Even amongst educated people, there are people that constantly, they're still, trying to wrap their they wrap their fingers around
how to plan
how
your family.
to plan, because if you're talking about family planning, being on the pill and all of those things, there is a really the impact negatively for some people. I mean, I was speaking to a friend of mine the other day, and she was telling me how she's been bleeding like since she got on the pill for like 2 years.
So
and
the
she
health
talked about,
scare.
yes, so she talked about the fact. So there are women that, I mean, that's also the reason why they've blown up in size. There are women that they have to bleed for a longer time.
And these are just after effects of the pills and everything.
Of the pill, right? And then she's talked about how she has dizzy spells, constant dizzy spells. So the pill has impacted her health negatively. So if that kind of person is speaking, and that's one in how many women that are also facing the impact, you kind of understand why some women would rather not go on the pill, because the side effects are terrible. So people would rather do, say, what, let's try the withdrawal method. Which might not always be,
so you have more kids
so you have more kids every year. So there are different layers to this conversation, really, if we're really going to be honest. But I want to commend the informal economy, the informal sector, because I think they're the ones that are doing the bulk of the work right now. I'm talking about NGOs. There are NGOs that are doing, yes, you are free, but let me just finish. So there are NGOs that, for me, are really taking this conversation of the African child really seriously.
Bull by the horn.
They're empowering them. I did mention the most important things right now: eradicating poverty, education. All of these things are important.
And these are the solutions now.
Right, yes. And these NGOs are doing these things. So we have, the ghetto kids, Uganda. You see how those children's lives have been transformed. I don't know if you've come across them on social media. They're dancing, they're singing. They have decided to, look at another side of education. Education is not just about books. It's, yes, in the creative sector,
you want to dance, right? You have this gift, you want to dance. Let's
see
fine tune it.
how can that generate
You have this
income?
gift, you want to sing. Let's see what we can do there. And that's what they are doing with the people like the Ghetto Kids Foundation. And there are people that are supporting every time. I know a couple of us. Like, there are people that are supporting foundations like this every time to see that, oh, the work that they're doing, because it started out, you know, people are on social media, you see those pages, you're just laughing and kicking, but there's a lot of work behind the scenes. There's a lot more involved, and there are people that are constantly supporting. Now we have how many of those children now who have, you know, traveled out of, they've never been out of the country before. They've been sponsored now, yes, because of,
who have,
you know,
discovered them.
yeah, because of what they've done with that. So those are people that are empowering, the creative sector with the work that they are doing to empower and to help young African children. So you cannot tell me that their lives will be the same. Now there are people like Tunde Onokoya as well with the chess in slums. What is beautiful with the chess
recently, I don't know if you saw it, but I think he has some other kids that he took abroad.
Yes. And that to me is real impact. And that's why I said that's the informal sector that are doing the bulk of the work right now. I'm not saying that the government is not doing. The government is doing work, but I do think that in terms of real impact, I think that it's the informal sector that is doing so much of the work.
But another question here, let's talk about it. If the informal sector are the ones pushing out creativity as a solution, right, to having children really make good use of their childhood, hence the ghetto kids, like you said, you know. I don't know if you also heard of the Ikorodu boys too.
Of course.
So if the informal sector are the ones pushing this narrative, is it just possible that monies can be given to the right, you know, organization or the right platform to help them even grow better? If so, why are we not doing it?
Are they not doing it? Why are we not doing it? Who is we in question?
Good. Now, they say government is for the people, by the people, and of the people, right? And we're talking about Africa as a whole. Do we have, yes, I'm sure we do, we have something like that under the AU, African Union, but it needs to be more holistic, where they'll say our job as a department of, you know, creativity or whatever it is, to source out or rather look out for this talent. I know we have some talent platforms like what's what is it, Idols or something like that.
Well, there's also Road 17, which
I was coming there.
Sporting talent, voiceover talent, and all of that.
But there are other, like you said, there are other creative ways to bring out this talents from these children. Because the whole aim here, right, is to help project the African child. And let's change the narrative. So I think already the informal sector, they're doing a good job to tell the narrative the way it is supposed to be told. Make no mistake, history never favors those who lose the battle. It is those who won. So we're saying it's not as if we didn't fight a good fight. But 20 years down the line from now, right, anyone who is giving birth to now will be 20 years after now, in 20 years from now. So my question is, they'll be saying, we who are in media industry as broadcasters, are we pushing the narrative to be able to make the world see Africa from a different light? It shouldn't just be whenever you talk about Africa, you see flies running around and flying around the heads of children. You see them starving, and I'm not saying such is not happening, but when we change the narrative, the international world begin to see, wait a minute, it is possible that Africa has grown. Let us move from the mentality of asking for aid. Recently, I saw in the news where the United States, Trump, is thinking about, banning visa from Nigeria. I said, go ahead. Why? Ban Nigerians from coming to the US. What that will do, amazingly, on the flip side, it will get our government to begin to think very hard to say, this is a major, call to action.
Right.
Get Nigeria fixed, fix Nigeria. And let's be honest, if you look at it, some other African countries are doing something great. Recently, the Ghana city is doing very well in the international market thanks to their gold reserve. So all this can be replicated around Africa. And if we can get it right, what happens is that the economies begin to grow, more money is put into the informal sector. creativity begins to have a more far wider reach, more than just Nollywood or Gollywood or whatever it is. There'll be more to it, and then it will trickle down to families that can actually now make a living and give their children better life. Same with every other sector. You need major funds to go into these things. Yes, I'm not saying the government is not doing enough, but we're talking about Africa as a whole. Is the AU doing enough? Let's come to West Africa. Is ECOWAS doing enough?
UNICEF is doing. They're doing
UNICEF,
their bit.
I want to be very honest with you. As much as they're doing their bit, they also have their own motives too. And this is not a way of me trying to put them under the bus. They have their own motive too. Because let's be honest, if a nation doesn't need anything, they will not look to you. It is high time that we move away from aid. Don't give aid, right? Bring those industries into Africa. That's why till tomorrow I will still want to hail, Ibrahim Traore. Really, he said, "Look, we don't need your aid. We as Africans are smart enough to make Africa work and get our kids, engaged positively. We need to change the narrative. It is time for us to say, look, African children should no longer be seen as poverty-stricken children. They should enjoy being kids. Their childhood should not be taken away. So for that to happen, for us to come to an age where the African child will become a point of, call where you want to say, man, look, these guys are having fun. Point to the African child. For that to happen, for the international world to respect Africa, we need to begin to say, what kind of deals are our leaders making with the Western world, with the international world? Those deals will trickle down to how the African child can survive, because it all boils down to the economy. So make good decisions at the top and watch the way other Africans and innovators and entrepreneurs will put together businesses that will bring the African child to light. Hence, reducing child mortality, reducing every other thing that can affect the African child. So, to cut the whole long story short, African leaders do better.
And when you speak of doing better, because we have to go now,
Right.
I do think that generally in the creative sector, I think that's where most of the work is being done now. And I also, as much as that is commendable, I've mentioned some of the people, too, individuals, because
True.
really I think it's individuals that are doing much of the work right now. The government is trying, but in terms of measurable impact,
The
I
informal
can
sector.
point out these people. I can point out the Chelsea slums. I can point out the ghetto kids Uganda. I can point out the Korodu boys. There are a number of them that I can point out.
And also, just to add to what you're saying very quickly, have you noticed that most of these creative sectors, right, that are bringing out this great talent from our kids in Africa, most of them are private companies who are sponsoring these things.
Exactly what I'm saying.
Exactly.
That's what I'm saying.
Call-
It's the private sector, and that also. I mean, I don't think we should completely be condemning it.
they're also brand.
I understand.
They're brand savvy too. They're also thinking this is good for our brand or not.
Brand positioning, and that's why I'm also thinking now. Recently, we had the cowbell. Since when I was a child, there's always been the cowbell competition. But I think that it's about time we start increasing the winner's gifts, the winner prizes for this competition. It's high time that they start competing with the big brother. I don't want to mention brand, but it's that high time they start competing with reality shows that really don't have much impact. Do you understand? In terms of the society, when they're not educating you, they are not. They're just entertaining you and entertaining you even in the wrong way. Do you understand? So I do think that it's time that these brands will put their money where their mouth is. And they think that putting their money where their mouth is by putting your money in different reality shows that is just about doing all sort of, I like to call it shenanigans on TV.
And it's the
There's a
narrative
lot
of pushing
more,
out there.
Exactly, there's a lot more. So when I see the likes of the cowbell competition giving out cash gifts or the prize for the
brainstorming
winner
during the
is
competition
something,
itself,
then I'll be proud. Now I also have to commend people like Speaker, which Speaker is Ayomaro's event, which is something that I'm always like part of. And I think that it's really commendable because every she's going to have it this year again, and every year that she has this event, the cash gift to be won for debates, for speaking. It's all about speaking. So there's debate. There's just all sort of competitions around speaking.
I mean, the idea is to have our young ones.
Yes. Okay, this is your
develop
gift.
the courage.
Let's work on it. And there are people, and I'm also grateful also for all the people that put in their money to support one way or the other. Last year there were the minister of Toke Benson. She's always really supportive of things like this. And I remember that day when they had mentioned the cash gifts and the winners had come up, fantastic young girls. This time around, they went to the schools, in fact, because usually it was always like amount, more older people. I mean, maybe like people in their 20s. But this time around, they went to the schools, like primary schools, and said, you know what, we're doing a competition. And they made these people challenge themselves. And I talk about the right type of challenges
that will grow them intellectually.
Yes, the
grow
right
them,
type of challenges.
mentally.
I was really inspired. The hall was filled up, and then this woman, when people, I saw that's the right audience. The people that were, upping the stake, like, oh, how much is the cash gift? One man just saying, I'm adding this amount. I'm adding this amount. At the end of the day, they were helping the children because the money goes to the child that wins, the second runner-up, the third runner-up, and then the money also goes to there's also like some fund that goes to the parents, to the school. So are you understanding like the ripple effect?
So it's not just benefit.
Yes, so it's not just the child. So the schools are willing to put their children, with their pupils, to also participate in this thing, and then the schools are gaining. The Vitafoam was supporting, in terms of giving mattresses, in terms of giving all sort of things, laptops, things that will actually
grow the child,
grow the family. So I'm going to be proud of my child to know that my child won. Do you understand? XYZ
from a competition,
like this that was developing the child, and that's what many of these people should be doing. And I'm still saying that it's the private sector that keeps contributing.
Also, another thing is, I will not run it past the government. They're also doing their part too. I mean, by making sure that the environment is conducive, which is why we say, look, government put more, make it possible that these private sectors can say, you know what, we want to go down to the villages to go and get those talents. I'm not worried that their staffs will be kidnapped. Once these 5 things, or put this with 4 areas, are tackled and dealt with by government, I tell you, you have more international companies come to sponsor these kind of activities that will help grow our children. 1, security, very important. Then power, key. Okay, healthcare, important. Accessibility, good roads, and let us add this one to the other one. For what it is, water. But if we can get healthcare, good, we get security. Because if you have all these things, if you don't have a secured area, nobody will come. But get lives and property protected. And with that, I'm sure it will trickle down to make our children enjoy another 16th of June next year.
Very enjoyably. And on this day, let's remember that every child's future is our collective responsibility.
True.
Let's invest in education. Let's protect our children, and let's amplify their voices. My name is Elizabeth Musa.
I'm Onyeka Valentine. Children's Day. It was nice, wasn't it?
International Day of the African Child. Happy International Day of the African Child to every child out there, every child in the studio, every child in Lagos, every child in Nigeria. Enjoy a beautiful day.
Thank you. Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Ogunjobi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get away from Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like savings again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space.
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Please allow me to welcome you all to this policy roundtable organized by Business Day. We brought you all here today to spotlight the overlooked potential of tax incentives as catalysts for sustainable development.
Business Day Media hosted a policy intervention roundtable on harnessing tax incentives for growth in Nigeria's priority sectors. The conference united legal experts, tax authorities, policymakers, and industry leaders to discuss effective structuring and alignment of tax incentives with Nigeria's economic goals. The publisher of Business Day, Mr. Frank Ibogun, delivered a welcome address speaking to the theme of the occasion.
One thing that excites me about where we are is that this is the first time in Nigeria that we have had a national conversation around taxation. The very first time. You might say it's late, but as I say, better late than never.
As the event proceeded, the keynote address was delivered by Mr. Taiwo Oyedele, chairman of the Presidential Fiscal Policy and Tax Reforms Committee, who made emphasis on the tax reforms and spoke about the Economic Development Initiative Scheme.
You could count on one finger, fingertips of one hand, the issues that have been mostly debated. And I always like to remind people that we're talking about a transformative reform where we've taken more than 15 different tax laws and compressed them into 4. They have over 400 pages, more than 200 provisions. Many of them are new. So it's important that we pay attention to those very important changes because they will affect us. And the other point is there are loads of opportunities that will be presented by those changes. But you will not be able to take advantage of the opportunities if you are not prepared for them, or worse still, if you are not even aware of them.
The conference featured an informative panel session with an array of reputable speakers.
Looking at the bill as it is, it's quite simple. And, I was talking about the provisions of probably I've not read it very well, but, you wouldn't know the name of a child more than the man who has named the child. And so I would defer to Mr. Taiwo. But I've looked at the provisions of, or the provision of the tax bill in relation to that priority incentive. And I see a provision that says that it is subject to the provision, I think about section 58 that talks about the effective tax rate. But be that as it may, it is clear that no matter how stylish the legislators may have drafted a law, there will still be need for improvement. By the time this bill is being implemented, you'll start seeing issues.
We have some incentives in our tax system today, like the reconstruction investment incentive was meant to be after the Civil War to reconstruct Nigeria. So we're not the most diligent lawmaking, policy formulating nation in the world. Once you discuss it and debate it, you can leave it for another. So we saw some of the things we saw was in the oil and gas sector, where we lost, and I mean literally billions of dollars, because somebody didn't know that oil price was going to hit $20 per barrel, $20 per barrel. And there was supposed to be a trigger of revision when it hits $20 per barrel. And oil hit 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80. We did nothing, absolutely nothing. We lost more than $10 billion. So we think that it's better to put a sunset. By the time you are getting close to that sunset, if we agree that this sector is still a priority, it takes less effort. Because at that point in time, those who want it to be priority will put the pressure to get the amendment done. Whereas if it's no longer priority and there's no sunset, everybody will continue to just enjoy it. And then we'll say tax revenue is going down, we'll start printing naira again. So that was the thinking behind the way it's been designed. And like I said, the powers to do that is with Mr. President.
The roundtable was able to address public perception to taxes and strategies being set up to spread awareness about tax bills and incentives for the grassroots. Some of the speakers and attendees present also shared key insights gained from the event.
And I think, we can't control what other countries do. So the responsibility we have as a country is to always look at how our policies and the policies of other countries interact and look for areas of opportunities for our country. And if there are risks, how can those risks be managed? We already know that the bulk of what we export to the US is crude oil, refined products, gas, and those are exempted. So whatever impact we have that is direct is currently being looked into by the government. And the ones that are indirect impacts, including the price of oil and all of that, also being currently analyzed. So I won't be able to give you any more specifics than that. But as a country, those are issues that are under consideration.
So the major takeaway for me is that times will definitely change and change again. We are in the regime of the new tax bill, which may be signed to law in the next few weeks, few months. And as such, businesses must brace up to these realities. They must recheck their workings and ensure that their businesses are being managed such that they get the best of these bills and the laws as it may at that point in time.
In closing, the deputy editor of BusinessDay, Ololade Akimurele, reflected on the theme and conversations from the conference, thanking all panelists and guests for their presence.
Thank you so much for taking our time to join us here today. I hope you enjoyed the conversations that we had this morning. And I imagine that we'll be leaving here with the full knowledge that the tax reform bills is much more than just VAT sharing formula or arrangement amongst the states. It was really exciting for me, and I'm sure it was the same for you. So I just want to say thank you so much for joining us this morning. Thank you so much to our partners as well, Onaliwun Ajayi. I do hope to see you next time we call on you to be here. Thank you so much.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Ogunjobi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue
I go look at the cost of petrol.
We get very for Nigeria, we dey suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like savings again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, nothing from my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this is a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Olajabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very for Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased. Nothing like service again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs
It is my distinct honor and pleasure to welcome you to the 2025 RegTech Africa Conference and Awards, a flagship platform for dialogue, innovation, and actionable insights at the intersection of regulation, technology, and financial inclusion in Africa.
22nd and 23rd of May 2025, themed Unlocking Africa's Cross-Border Payments, Trade and Investment Opportunities through Public-Private Partnerships. The conference united fintech innovators, Nigerian regulatory commissions, investors, policymakers, and industry leaders to explore actionable strategies that will foster growth in Africa's promising economy. The first day kicked off with the CEO of RegTech Africa, Mr. Cyril Okorigwe, setting the tone of the event with his welcome remark, explaining the agenda of the occasion and emphasizing on the theme of the conference.
This conference is a bold step forward, designed to move us from barriers to bridges, from policy to practice, and from innovation islands to connected ecosystems. Over the next 2 days, we will engage in rigorous and forward-thinking discussions across 10 specialized roundtable tracks, bringing together over 70 top leaders, policymakers, innovators, and influencers from around the globe. These sessions are not merely conversations, they are catalysts for the kind of change we need. Practical, scalable, and inclusive.
As the event proceeded, the keynote address was given by Mr. Mohammed Sani Abdullahi, Deputy Governor, Economic Policy Directorate, CBN, represented by Mr. Okpanachi Usman Moses, Director, Statistic Department of CBN, who made emphasis on how crucial a paradigm shift is needed in creating a seamless payment, investment, and trade system in Africa.
Mobile money has demonstrated a transformative impact on the African economy with substantial growth in transactions, facilitating intra-African trade, notably for SMEs, and generating significant economic returns.
The occasion featured keynote presentations from Mr. Richie Emma, representing the private sector's perspective, as well as Mr. Abdulrashid Bawa for the public sector.
So we see that 54 organizations, right, reported experiencing data breach, right, caused by third parties, and 76% of compliance managers still rely on manually scanning regulatory websites, searching for information, searching for updates. Regulation as a whole, compliance as a whole is very complex because it keeps evolving, it keeps changing. Every single jurisdiction has its own requirements, data protection law, data storage, and all of that. KYC processes. We have to be in line, we have to communicate. The public sector, the private sector must communicate. The battle is won. The winner is also won. And either we will like it or not, I personally want to win. That's why we are offering a solution that can help the private sector to win, as well as the public sector.
Africa's financial evolution cannot be driven by one sector alone. It must be a collaborative effort that breaks down silos between innovators and regulators, and between governments and entrepreneurs. And to unlock this full potential of digital finance and regional trade, three things must be done. Regulators must become agile architects of inclusive, risk-based frameworks. Innovators must embed compliance and transparency from the outset, not as an afterthought. And governments must invest in national and regional RegTech infrastructure, thereby creating a financial ecosystem where every penny is traceable and every transaction is accountable. I know that people will say that it's a tall order, But I believe with technology, we can do wonders. It is only through this synergy that we can bridge the gap between vision and vigilance, and between opportunity and oversight.
Ambassador Peter Ryan also provided a diplomatic perspective.
Technology is all about your openness and your willingness to work with partners, the education and the readiness of your society to adopt new technologies and to really build world-class collaboration. And Ireland is only a small little place. I just keep repeating that to you. So we don't claim to be the best at anything really, but there's one or two things where we're really, really in an interesting position. And one of them, many of them will surprise you. They surprise me every day. So I'll just give you a couple of them if I may. One is that we're the 6th largest exporter on the planet of financial services. We only have 1% of the population of the European Union. There's 193 countries in the United Nations, and Ireland is number 6 on the planet in exporting financial services.
The conference featured an informative panel session with an array of reputable speakers and roundtable sessions which were able to address how to tackle transaction costs, infrastructure gaps in cross-border payments, combat financial crimes, and protect consumers through a multi-stakeholder approach while building digital trust in a complex technological era. At the end of the event, some of the speakers and attendees present also shared key insights gained from the conference alongside thoughts on the opportunities that await Africa.
RegTech solutions enabling digital identity across African nations. I mean,
Yes.
that's basically sits at the center of what RegTech is, right? Because digital identity has come to stay as a major means through which you transact, right, or do anything in the digital space. So we say that there's been high proliferation of digitization. In the digital world, a lot's happening and it keeps growing, right? Identification then becomes the means, right, to authenticate and verify, the true identity of the players in the digital space. Because without identity, there's no way you can keep tag of those that are playing in the digital space, right? So, RegTech is that platform, provides that solution, right, that helps in identifying the key players. Are they good actors? Are they bad actors? And how can you as a solution provider, right, a fintech, for instance, be able to leverage that solution to identify those that are using the platform? How can you, as a regulator, be able to use that solution to identify the stakeholders you're dealing with? How can you, as a financial institution, for instance, use that solution to identify your customers? That's why today, when you go to a bank or any financial to transact, the first thing they ask is your BVN, right? Through your BVN, they are able to tell that, oh, you are the person that actually owns the account. That's identity. Without the BVN, there's no way they will know. Any other person can walk into the bank and claim that they are you, right? So that is how important identification is. And RegTech is really the engine room that powers all of this.
In NDIC, we are part of the financial system, and we're also part of the financial safety net, which means we work together with other financial regulators, in specific terms, the Central Bank of Nigeria, to supervise banks, which is one of our mandates. Our key role is to protect depositors and to protect depositors' funds so that in the event of bank failure, depositors will be reimbursed. Now, as a financial regulator, we do not work in silos. We have to collaborate with financial sector and industry players. So RegTech is all about regulatory technology. It has to do with stabilizing financial systems, making sure that the financial sector is growing and that it is nurtured rather than it being stifled by regulation, but also to make sure that the services they provide are best quality and that customers and consumers are not shortchanged. So the reason why we're here basically is to network with these stakeholders in the financial industry to look at the new things that are going on with regulatory technology. Banking supervision, which is one of our key mandates in NDIC, means that we go and look at the operations of financial institutions that are under our purview to make sure that they're following the regulatory criterias, the prudential guidelines, and so on, to ensure that depositors' funds are protected. So, as you know, in the private sector, in the financial sector, digital financial services has been a huge, influence, and it is so pervasive, and we have benefited from it, but there are also some negative things that have come out of it. So we are here to collaborate, to network, to also promote what we do in NDIC so that we can also make an input into our operations to make sure that we're doing things better. And also we are a forward-looking institution to see how we can also incorporate some of these technologies into our operations.
I think one of the differentiating factors about the fact that we offer a unified compliance solution that literally covers the entire user journey. So from KYC, user verification, analyzing potential risk, to continuous monitoring, which is fraud prevention, transactions monitoring based on advanced AI engine that customers can use to monitor fraud in real time, reporting in real time. So all of that, I believe, sets us apart from the competition, and the system is fully automated, right? Which is very important in our modern day life, right? Because fraud is evolving, and technology should also be in a fast pace, right? So that, I believe, is a differentiating factors if you compare us with other players. Yeah.
Well, we are a one-stop toolkit for compliance for the Nigerian market, and so far we've been solving the problem of simplified compliance, basically. So before we came into the market, they were just expensive toolkits, complex toolkits to integrate, but RegFile is solving that problem at a very affordable cost. So we are like a one-stop toolkit, and we meet the current CBN structure. We meet and we exceed it. So if you're looking for any compliance toolkit, please make sure to reach out to us.
2 years is not too early to campaign. People just say that.
I want my children to be great. Transportation is killing almost every one of us in Nigeria. There is no profit in business again.
Tinubu is not the cause of Nigeria's suffering.
I did not vote for Tinubu, I will not lie.
I heard about the referendum, but I was told it was not real.
Many have weighed in their opinions on the issues surrounding the 2 years so far with President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. How far has it been? It has been 2 years. And so, we decided to get out there on the streets to talk to market women, talk to students, and also speak to some professionals who understand what leadership is. And my team, of course, had all that time that they needed. But more importantly, the question is, so far, are we feeling the brunt or are we enjoying the leadership? All these questions need to be asked so we know exactly where we are as a country. So this is how far, so far, on President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's leadership in Nigeria. So let's take a look and see what we had to gather. We'll be right back.
That would preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. So, help me God.
2 years ago, a promise of renewed hope, Bola Ahmed Tinubu stepped into Nigeria's highest office. He inherited a nation's yearning for change, grappling with complex changes and challenges. Well, today, as his administration marked its second anniversary, we asked the question, so far and how far has Nigeria come? From bustling markets to quiet neighborhoods, the heart of Nigeria beats with a mix of expectations and experiences. So we spoke with ordinary Nigerians from the marketplace.
I will tell you to go and check all this product. All this local made, they're supposed to reduce the price. They should check where they are producing it. If it is stores that are taxing them, that is making everything to cost, they should know how to do it, because all this local made supposed to benefit us. It's not important now. Why are they suffering us? Look at, you cannot, if you want to buy biscuits now, before you buy this one, they will give you another one. Without that one, they will not allow you to buy your right one. Everything is just upside down. Tinubu should make things good for us. He should visit all this, especially these local goods, because the way the thing is coming out now, we are just like selling for them. There's no profit. I did highlight for Tinubu. Tinubu is not the cause of Nigeria's suffering, to my own perception. Because if you look it from the critical view, Nigeria has been corrupted before Tinubu climbed the seat, to my own view. Though I'm jobless for now, but it's not Tinubu's fault. This is my 40 years of graduating, but I didn't regret it. Under Lagos State, during the Tinubu regime, I've acquired many skills under his regime.
I stay in Surulere. So in the morning, my husband will come and drop me. He will come and drop me here. My going home with my son, I spend, if I do Aroro, I will spend 2,000. If I do not do Aroro, I will spend like 2,200 or 2,400. When I'm very small, it's our father that has gone out to go and hustle. But now we women, what we are doing now, we're doing many things. We are more than men now in the house. We are the men in the house now. I want my children to be great.
To schools and universities, and of course some students. And their voices painted a vivid picture.
The impact of Tinubu for the 2 years that he's on the as the president of Nigeria, and also for the economy also, sir. From my place to my school here, because I live at Ibejuleki, so me coming here, I spent 5,000 naira for transport fare. If I'm also going back home, I spent 5,000 naira, making 10,000 naira. So for this month alone, I've been spending 40,000 naira on only transport fare alone. Transportation is killing almost every one of us in Nigeria. If I'm coming to the school, I have to do what? I have to eat. Let's say I estimate myself for the food. I eat, let's say 1,000. So it's a lot. I heard about the student loan that we can actually take a loan that when we want to fill the form, they will ask for the name of the school and everything, and also the account of the school. They will deposit the money into the account of the school. That after we graduated from the school, they will be deducting the money from our salary. But I've not been benefited from the loan.
It has affected me negatively because it's first time with my parents. So whatever affects my parents will affect me. It has not been easy to support my education. They should just consider us more on their plans and anything they want to do. They should consider the students. Like I had to come here from Badagry because my study center at Badagry does not have a lab for our practicals. So I had to come all the way from Badagry here to find a place to stay and all of that. It has been very risky and not easy. I've heard about the student loan, but I was told it was not real.
For some, the fuel subsidy removal and rising cost of living have brought significant hardship, while for others, they acknowledged that tough decisions holding on to hope for long-term gains was necessary. But again, insecurity remains a deep concern for many. Even as the government reports progress, it's a daily balance between struggling and resilience for Nigerians. So to understand the strategic shift, Elizabeth and I from BDTV News turn to Professor Anthony Killer, who is the director of CIAPS, a leading strategist in governance and policy making. He highlights the administration's bold reform, like the exchange rate unification aimed at fiscal stability and attracting investment, which was not bad. But again, while these moves are made, the administration undoubtedly has caused immediate economic pain, particularly with inflation.
I am one of those people, the few of us left, that do not agree that removing fuel subsidy was a good idea.
Fuel subsidy is gone.
A lot of people agree on that it's a good idea, including those of us who were against it before. All of a sudden they agree, let history and their conscience judge them. Because when some of us were against it, it wasn't personal, it wasn't political. It was pure economics. Why am I against removal of fuel subsidy? Because I know as a trained economist, and I want to underline that, when you remove fuel subsidy from a system like Nigeria, I was against it under Jonathan because I said it will increase the price of transportation, it will increase the price of food, it will create poverty. And that is exactly what has happened now. If you say to me that you have to remove fuel subsidy, you have to tell me two things. One, why do you want to remove it? And two, what are you going to do with the removal? If you're removing it because people are corrupt, then gather the corrupt people together and jail them or stop them from being corrupt. The people involved in the corruption of fuel subsidy are less than 2,000. So because of 2,000 people, you're going to make 200 million people suffer. That does not make sense the way I was brought up. But there's something very wrong about that, and it needs to be said.
Professor Anthony Killer also went on to point out some key areas where Tinubu's administration and style has affected the nation, but the challenge still lies in translating these policies into tangible improvements for every citizen of Nigeria.
I think so far the government is very high on intentions and politics, but rather low on governance.
Okay.
And I say this because I use three elements, three criteria. What did they meet there? What did they promise? And what do we expect from them? When they were going to government, what the promise was lower prices, more food, more employment, a better Nigeria. For any reason in the world. That is, by the way, so far so bad because the cost of energy has gone up, the cost of electricity has gone up, prices of food have gone up.
Absolutely.
So, I don't know, maybe they're building the house, maybe it will be better, but in the meantime, it is rough for people, and it must be said, because if it is not said, government might get a wrong impression. Whether they are doing it for our own good. They celebrate reforms. Technically, I can see some of these reforms. I disagree with some of these reforms. I think we're halftime now. At halftime, government should be saying, I have done this, not I am going to do. I call it governance by tenses. By halftime, government should be using past tense, not future tense. So they shouldn't be saying what they're doing or what they plan to do. I think that's not good for Nigeria. And because I'm not a partisan politician, I still hope that, they do something very quickly to improve the situation. But generally, the situation is bad. If you're in a country where the bag of rice is more than the salary
Of the average
Nigerian, that's not a good place to be.
So it is no news that President Tinubu's first 2 years have been marked by often difficult decisions to spark growth and changes in our economy. But again, is Nigeria now on a better trajectory? That's the question mark. And the path ahead is still unfolding, for sure, but fraught with both promises and ongoing hurdles. We ask again, so far, as the nation moves forward, should the ultimate measure of his leadership so far be focused on how swiftly and equitably the benefits of renewed hope is touching Nigerians in different ways? If at all, has it truly reached the homes and lives of all Nigerians? Well, the journey continues.
And so you heard everyone's opinion, from students to market women. You heard them rant over how they've gone through a lot and how it's difficult for them to be able to come to work or go to marketplace, even be able to get to lectures on time. Does this mean that Nigerians are going through a lot? Does it mean that the fuel subsidy removal affected the nation in a very, negative manner or otherwise? Now, we also heard Professor Anthony Killer being interviewed by Elizabeth, and you heard all he had to say. As a professional, he weighed in. But looking at the streets right now, as people begin to say, people are still buying fuel at exorbitant prices, but they have the money to buy this fuel. So the question is, 2 years has come and has gone. Are we moving forward or are we regressing? You decide. Has the 2 years of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu favored you or not? A big question that needs big answers. My name is Onika Valentine, BDTV. Until some other time, let's keep hoping.
Welcome back to BDTV. Most definitely, I hope you enjoyed that package with Anthony Killer talking about President Bola Ahmed Tinubu 2 years so far.
Mechanic Village.
My name is Onyeka Valentine, and today, like you know, we've been doing this thing.
And since the Coastal Road has started, I think it really affects.
But we are on the big
business
story
a lot.
segment.
Well, actually, I don't care because
on the social
when the Coastal Road is fully done, I believe the more customer will come in. Not like before when we have access from the left and the right. You know, now we only have only one access that we have is from the right. So a lot of commerce started complaining
The Nigerian
that
government has proposed the National Roads Bill. A clause in the bill imposes a 5 naira levy on every litre of petrol and diesel purchased, whether domestic or imported. To fund a new national road fund, most definitely, all that will be put into discussion this morning. And of course, 5% petrol tax is proposed to be fixed as a levy aimed at funding federal roads and bolstering physical capacity. Now, while this aligns with President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's mission of expanding revenue and reducing subsidies, proposal has, however, drawn backlash due to its potential cost of living impact and how transparently the funds will be used.
That they can give us like this.
So to discuss this implication of the proposed petrol tax,
tomorrow,
we have
start disturbing us.
In the building.
So we need, this year we need a big mechanic village where people can come in and a lot of people will know about. So these are mechanic villages.
So not yet. I was hoping when I go to the studio this morning, I will see harvest of meat around.
I'm really happy to see the road unlike before, the way it is before. Now it looks
after
more
the chop
beautiful.
chop
Come here in the
comes
night,
the talk
you can
about
play ball on this place. You can even play table tennis on this. We have your.
Do you think this?
So it's very, very good. It's for the benefit of Nigerians and the Goshen for everybody.
So let's give a background of what the government is trying to do. So the government is trying to impose
a better road to
road
I think it's okay. I really love it.
What the government is trying to do is the government is estimating that they need about 800 million naira
but as
on a
long
daily
as
basis
the future
to maintain all the
is
federal
still okay with the
roads
generation that is
scattered
coming.
across
I'm okay with it.
the geopolitical zones in Nigeria. And so we are looking at close to about 100 to 150 federal roads. And the government is estimating that certain amount of money needed to maintain these roads on the annual to effectively maintain these roads on an annual basis. So they are proposing. So this tax is already in law already. It's just about implementing it. And so the government is saying, so why don't we implement this 5% tax, road user tax via petrol, so that we can get this amount of money to maintain all of the federal roads. Now let's not forget that petrol prices have been dropping thanks to Dangote refinery, and then we compare the prices of petrol in Nigeria compared to all our neighboring countries. You'll see that petrol in Nigeria is still the cheapest because first of all, we have a refinery up and running, and we look at the economies of scale, and the absence of this tax as well. Those are one of the reasons why the petrol is cheaper in Nigeria. So what this will definitely do in terms of pricing is prices will definitely go see spikes or marginal increase in price. And so what that would definitely do across the value chain of whoever is utilizing petrol or using petrol to provide any of the services he or she is rendering, they'll definitely up the prices of such goods.
I, Olusegun Obasanjo.
I, Olusegun Obasanjo.
Do solemnly swear.
Do solemnly swear.
that I will be faithful
that I will be faithful
and bear true allegiance
and bear true allegiance
to the Federal Republic of Nigeria,
to the Federal Republic of Nigeria,
and that I will preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. So help me God.
So help me God.
And so the journey of Nigeria's democratic government rule began. Nigeria, Africa's most populous country, has made several attempts on democratic rule of government before May 29, 1999. During these years of experiments, the Nigerian military repeatedly disrupted the process of democratic rule by overthrowing the government and seizing power.
By the timely intervention of the armed forces, the people of Nigeria have another opportunity to start again in the task of rebuilding the nation.
Today, being Democracy Day in Nigeria, we will dive into Nigeria's democratic journey, explaining its triumphs, its tribulation, and the enduring debates surrounding its true nature. Since 1999, Nigeria has embarked on its fourth republic, a continuous civil rule following decades of military involvement. May 29, 1999 was declared Democracy Day. It's a day set aside every year to celebrate Nigeria's democratic rule. Olusegun Obasanjo was sworn in as president on that day, signaling the start of a new era of democratic governance restoration in Nigeria. Meanwhile, June 12th was a turning point in the nation's history, since it was the day that late Chief Moshood Abiola, also known as MKO, won the election of June 12, 1993. Nevertheless, the election was deemed null and void, and he was refused his mandate.
It is true that the presidential election was generally seen to be free, fair, and peaceful.
Tensions are rising across the world. This time is between Israel and the Islamic Republic of Iran. On Friday, when the hostilities started, the world witnessed a drawdown in the major equities markets globally. Oil prices have bounced back up to around $75 per barrel, and we can say the Nigerian budget is in safe territory. Welcome to Economy and Markets, where we give you a comprehensive breakdown of market and economic activities. I'm your host, David Olujimi. On Friday, June 13, hostilities started in the Middle East as Israel attacked Iran with a series of calculated bomb blasts in the capital, Tehran. Iran retaliated with a barrage of missiles on cities in Israel, Tel Aviv, Haifa, Jerusalem, and as of today, both countries do not seem to be letting down, as there is still a transfer of surface-to-surface missiles from both countries. Why does this matter to Nigerians? The question is, and the answer is definitely oil, basically. Oil is our major source of revenue, and in Iran, oil is also the major source of revenue. In the immediate aftermath of that attack on Friday, global oil prices jumped to a 2-month high. Brent crude, the international benchmark, basically surged to $77 per barrel, hitting a price we've not seen since February of this year. On Sunday, early trading this morning, it was around $75 per barrel, but behind the volatility, there's a growing risk. Israel is now targeting oil and gas infrastructure in Iran. What does that mean for all of us? Iran isn't just any oil producer. It holds the world's fourth largest proven oil reserves. That's behind Russia, the US, Saudi Arabia. Iran is number 4 on that list. If its production is disrupted further, we could be looking at sustained upward pressure on oil prices globally. For Nigeria, a higher oil price in the international market is a double-edged sword. Why? On the upside, Nigeria will gain more in crude oil revenues at a time where every dollar counts. Our budget is benchmarked against the oil price at $75 per barrel. However, some weeks ago, oil prices was tending $62, $63, $65 per barrel. And with our oil production way behind the production target for the budget, any rally will provide some form of temporary fiscal relief. But here's the catch. Unlike in the past, crude oil prices now actively affect the price of petrol, diesel, and other fuels in Nigeria. Although we have significantly reduced our importation of refined petroleum products, we are still an importer of refined petrol. At least we saw that in Q1 2025, our petrol importation was down by 54%. However, there is still a portion of our petrol that comes from imported petrol. And even with that, we are also, even as we earn from crude export, we also now are importers of crude oil. With Dangote Refinery basically sourcing all of its crude, all of its resources, all of its raw materials from the US and from countries such as Saudi Arabia. What it means when oil prices go up is that Nigerians will be paying more on petrol, diesel, and aviation fuel. What's the effect of that? The increase in fuel will basically result in some inflationary pressures. We are not out of the inflationary circle yet, so it's a double-edged sword. When there's crude oil increase, when there's crude oil revenue increases, there will also be a part where the public may have to grapple with some fresh shocks from oil prices increase in the world. And on the show this morning, we have Dr. Ayodele Oni, who is a partner at Bloomfield Law Practice. He is the energy partner at that law firm. Good morning, Dr. Ayo.
Good morning. Thank you very much for having me. Can you hear me?
Yes. I can hear you. I thought I lost you for a moment there. So,
no.
We're going to, the first thing is we're in a precarious situation. It's like I said, the double-edged sword. We're going to start with, from your perspective, what are the trends that Nigerians should be watching when it comes to oil prices, crude oil prices over the next few weeks?
Okay, so one interesting thing is that we now refine locally. Prior to now, we hardly ever had a net benefit. Net benefit in the sense that, when international crude oil prices go up, prices of refined products will go up. And if we are able to sell more, it then means we will make more money, right?
Yes.
But because we were buying even finished products, net we were still somewhat in a deficit, not a positive position. But now that we refine locally, it means that we can make more forex, even if Dangote does buy some of it from abroad. Recall that even when you buy locally, you may buy in Naira, but because it's an international price, if there's no subsidy of some sort, you'll still be buying it at the international price. But there are jobs. We keep our USD, our Naira is stronger. The idea of spending trillions quarterly, bringing in petroleum products isn't the case anymore. I see what he's trying to do is even trying to cut off the logistics and the middlemen to ensure that the prices are lower ultimately at the pump. So for Nigerians, what we should watch out for, as long as, and these hostilities have been on since 1979, when you had the Islamic Revolution. Iran had always seen Israel as an enemy, and also because of issues around that monarch whose name I don't remember now, that was deposed, and Israel had links with issues around westernization and Iran's nuclear weapons program, right? So they've always been enemies. So these new hostilities, once you have hostilities, oil prices are always very they fluctuate a lot. They are once you have rumors, even if you don't have wars, once you have rumors of war, then prices can go up, right? So if prices go up, the more you are able to sell internationally, the more you're able to produce, then you get that benefit. Yes, locally there may be a net off because you then have to buy prices higher. I mean, that's for the citizens, right? Higher at the pump. But for the country, its revenues would be better, particularly because we no longer, or we should no longer be importing finished products. So it will be a net benefit for us, even though prices may be higher at the pumps, but won't be as high as they would have been if we had to import, because costs such as insurance, freight, STS, that's ship to ship, and all of those aren't going to be the case. So I think for Nigeria, it's going to be a net, it's going to be beneficial. And if you consider what the benchmark price for oil was in the budget and where oil prices seem to be headed, it could be for us, good for us, but depending on how long this also lasts, right?
So, like you said,
and remember, Iran is even under sanctions at the moment, and they sell largely, I think, to China.
Yeah,
not
you said it could be good for us. That's one thing I always tell people around the way the world works and the way Nigeria works. We work in different directions. So one question I want to ask now, you said now we've talked about the domestic impact of it. I want to talk about our oil sales. Basically, about a third of all of the oil that is transported via sea is transported through the Strait of Hormuz. The Strait of Hormuz is located somewhere in between Iran and the UAE. Basically, it's around the Persian Gulf area. So according to reports, just about a third of all of the global crude oil sales passes through that location. Do you think anything, if there's going to be a disruption in that location, do you think it's going to affect Nigeria's oil exports? Do we have anything to do with that?
Of course, if there are those disruptions in the Persian Gulf, and there could be those challenges, which is almost unusual, almost never happens, because you have stuff like the UNCLOS, United Nations Convention on Laws of the Seas. You have international conventions that protect right of way and all of those sort of things. You've got your economic zones, your EEZ, exclusive economic zones. You've got international waters, and you've got conventions that protect transportation right across the world. I do not think that it get to that point, but I don't think it'll get to that point. But yes, if there are disruptions, of course, it would affect our own ability to export as much as we currently do, because much of that crude, much of the crude will be carried via vessels and not international pipelines.
So another question I want to ask is around the refinery feedstock. You know that Dangote is importing majority of his oil use from countries around that region of the world, apart from the USA. So he imports a lot of WTI, imports a lot of Brent crude, and quite a bit of that passes through that particular location. Don't you think we are going to have, is it not going to have some kind of effect? Is it going to shift to buying Nigerian crude, considering the fact that Nigerian crude is quite more pricey than what he buys presently?
Okay, yeah. So naturally, like you are aware, there's domestic crude supply obligation where every producer is supposed to reserve a particular quantity of crude for domestic use. Government more and more has been trying to enforce that through the NUPRC, such that they are able to get more crude, maybe even in Naira, right? And then it cuts off some of those challenges around being able to bring in crude where there are challenges. Once we can do local, act local, think local, it cuts off, once you import, you are subjected to the vagaries of international politics. You are subjected to the vagaries of international transportation, haulage, and all of those. So if we can do more around domestic crude supply obligation, it cuts off the need to import more, to think about logistics, haulage, and all of that. So if there are issues around that the Gulf, the Persian Gulf, and logistics, of course, it would affect us. It would affect how much it can then refine. But if we can think local, act local, do more, around local production and the domestic crude supply obligation, then things improve. I know there's been forward sale arrangement where Nigeria has already pledged volumes of its crude. But the juniors, whether it's the IOCs, whether it's the indigenous companies, whether it's even the NNPCL, there are those forward sale agreements for raising financing that means that a reasonable portion of our crude prior to now had been charged under those arrangements. But I see that more and more is being done, particularly with the sale of crude, sale of assets to Seplat, to Renaissance, Total's transaction too. A number of those deals have gone up and have been successful and have received regulatory approval from the minister. I mean, and it's the president who is the minister ultimately. He's got two junior ministers for gas and for petroleum, right? But he's ultimately, so those deals have crossed, and you realize that recently Seplat reported that production had increased by, I think it was 14% since it's bought ExxonMobil's assets. So I think that's also crucial to whatever we do around the crude supply obligation and ensuring that we can substantially get oil, crude from Nigeria, and then refine locally rather than always relying on international transportation and haulage. So yes, it could be a challenge, but if we think and act local, then it reduces the impact substantially too.
So one question I would have loved to dive deeper into the crude oil swap deals, but one question I want to ask is around price shocks. Now, practically, are we expecting any pass-through effect on the increase in oil prices on pump prices in Nigeria? Oil prices are going up, so are we going to be expecting any? From your own perspective, do you think there's going to be any increase in oil pump prices?
Oh yes, I expect that, depending on how long it lasts. If it's a short, if it ends very soon and they have stock in place already, the chances are that we may not immediately see a change. We may never then even see a change if it ends. But if it continues, if it extended, there's no way we won't. Because recall, crude oil is international. Even the NNPCL or whoever is selling locally will want to match international oil price, even if you get a small discount because of your local issues. As long as the base resource, which you refine, if the cost of the base resource goes up, the price of the final product will go up, even if refining cost remains stable. So if you refine for say $2, say $18 per barrel, and crude oil prices used to be 60 and they've gone up to 80 or 90 or 100. Of course, there's no way the final product is going to be more expensive, because remember the refiners and the traders who buy and then sell to refiners are going to pay more, and the refiners will only be refining a product. So if the base price goes up, there's no way it's not going to go up in Nigeria. Also because there isn't subsidy. It wouldn't have been the case if there was subsidy, because government can then take that shock, right? Government can absorb the shock and pay those guys the difference. But if it's market driven, remember market forces of demand and supply, and if the base cost goes up, it's going to affect what you find at the pumps. So if it's extended, then it will affect us.
Finally, one question I have to ask, because we are late and we're running behind schedule, is what policy measure do you think the government can implement to always try to insulate Nigerians from some of these shocks, especially when conflict escalates? Now we are thrown into a situation where some years ago Nigerians really did not care. All of the global conflicts that led to the escalation in oil prices. I mean, at the point oil prices were around 120, get close to 130. Nigerians were buying petrol for how much? 97 naira per liter, less than just around 50 cents at the time. So what policy measures do you think the Nigerian government can take, even as subsidies out, to insulate Nigerians from some of the shocks?
Okay, to be honest, one key thing government can do is to support, and this government has been doing well when it comes to oil and gas, to be completely honest, right? In terms of policy, the policy direction seems quite smart. Some of these fiscal policies, fiscal incentives should continue. We should continue to push and ensure that we can have more domestic supply obligation enforced locally. If we have domestic supply obligation enforced locally, it means that it reduces the impact on us, particularly where increased tensions mean that logistics become more expensive, right? If we're producing locally and we're refining locally, we'll be insulated from those sorts. But from the pricing regime, it'll be difficult to be completely insulated because if the base price goes up. So it's local, thinking and doing local. If we think local, enforce supply obligations, it then means that some of those other factors which pricing may have escalated or gone up will not affect us directly. That's one angle. Another angle is that you can't speak about oil and gas without looking at the broader politics and economic realities. If more people have jobs, companies pay better, the economy generally improves, people are able to further absorb it. And other things government can do is to play around the tax regime, right? When there are issues such as this, you can play around your tax regime so that people have more disposable income. If people have more disposable income, it then means that that shock will not be as telling as it would have been if people's disposable income remains what it was before the shock. So that's one thing government can do. Just the way they're able to say you can net off your tax from building roads and even get some additional incentives. You can also have that where in situations where substantial change in oil prices, it means government is getting more revenue, more USD revenues. It then means that the currency will be stable. If you then add a tax, if you suspend tax obligations or reduce those tax obligations for a short period of time, people are able to have more disposable income and people are able to better absorb some of those. I think that's something worth considering. It'll be largely fiscal, right? And an improved economy overall. If the economy improves, the fiscals improve, you can produce local, you can have power supply. If you have power supply, and it means fewer people need to buy even petroleum products. If you have good power supply, if you also ensure that you have more means of transportation, people can do rail, people can do water. I wouldn't need to buy fuel in my car every day, and the volume of fuel I'll buy reduces substantially if I have 24-hour electricity, public power, and then I have many means of transportation. It just means I drive my car for a few minutes, put it on a trawl or put it on a boat that can take me to the other side of town, and then I drive for another 5 minutes, I'm in my office, rather than drive for an hour or two coming from the mainland to the island, right? I then can use water transportation. That would reduce my cost of PMS every day, and it'll be economics of scale too. So
that's all we can take for this morning. Thank you so much, Dr. Ayo, for lending us your time once more.
Thank you very much for having me.
Thank you. Have a lovely morning.
Thank you.
That's all we can take on economy and markets this morning on BDTV. We'll see you again on Wednesday. We'll be talking again on the oil and gas sector. This time looking at NNPC and its April 2025 report. Have a lovely morning.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At Business Day, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this is worth commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, Business Day fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. Business Day is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.
Every year on June 16th, Africa marks the International Day of the African Child to remember the courage of its children. This year's theme is Planning and Budgeting for Children's Rights, Progress since 2010. It all began in 1976 when thousands of students in Soweto, South Africa, marched against an unfair education system. Many were shot and many never made it home, but their voices still echo today. Now, this day is about action. It's a time to ask, how far have African governments come in turning promises for children into real results? Millions of children still lack access to safe schools, good health care, clean water, and protection from abuse. In places where budgets are tight, children's needs often come last. In Nigeria, issues like malnutrition, child labor, out-of-school children, and gender-based violence remain widespread, especially in rural areas. Planning and budgeting for children's rights isn't just paperwork. It's about giving every child a fair chance to grow, learn, and lead a better life. Government needs to track what's working, fix what's broken, and spend wisely to protect the next generation. The African child deserves more than remembrance. They deserve commitment. They deserve results. I am Ifunaya Indigwe, reporting for Business Day TV.
Nigeria is at its turning point, from reform to recovery. On the 10th of July 2025, the 13th edition of the Business Day CEO Forum Nigeria gathers Nigeria's sharpest minds, business leaders, investors, and policy makers in one room to shape the future. Aliko Dangote, with the biggest conglomerate in West Africa, Harish Aswani of the Tolerant Group, Wala Edu, the Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Nigerian economy, and many more reshaping Africa's leadership space will be there. The Business Day CEO Forum Nigeria 2025. From reform to recovery. Register now at www.ceoforum.businessday.ng.
Hello and good afternoon. Welcome to the BDTV News at Noon. I am Norma Obodna. Thanks for joining us this afternoon. Now let's see what's making headlines. Federal government enters last-minute negotiations with embassies over ground rent. Appeal court nullifies MFLA's asset forfeiture. Lawmakers not elected to fight Tinubu, Shimole defends National Assembly. Oil extend gain as Israel-Iran conflict stokes supply concern. Al Hilal tables 50 million euros to Osimhen. I will be bringing you the news shortly after this short break.
Nigeria is at its turning point, from reform to recovery. On the 10th of July 2025, the 13th edition of the Business Day CEO Forum Nigeria gathers Nigeria's sharpest minds, business leaders, investors, and policy makers in one room to shape the future. Aliko Dangote, with the biggest conglomerate in West Africa, Harish Aswani of the Tolerant Group, Wala Edu, the Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Nigerian economy, and many more reshaping Africa's leadership space will be there. The Business Day CEO Forum Nigeria 2025. From reform to recovery. Register now at www.ceoforum.businessday.ng.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Obajabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased. Nothing like service again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, moving from my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space.
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Now let's bring you the news in Nigeria, where the federal government has revealed that it will resolve the problems with foreign embassies that haven't paid their ground rent through diplomatic discussions. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs spokesperson Kime B. Ebienfa revealed on Sunday, June 15th, that the ministry would work with the Federal Capital Territory Administration to handle the situation properly. This promise came after reports say the FCTA might take strong action against 34 embassies, including sealing the building of embassies that are yet to pay their ground rent since 2014. According to an official notice from the FCTA, the embassies together owe more than 3.6 billion naira in unpaid ground rent. And moving on, the Court of Appeal in Lagos has overturned the final forfeiture order issued on the assets of the former governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, Godwin Emefiele to the federal government. In a split decision of 2-1 delivered on the 9th of April 2025, the appellate court set aside judgment ordering a retrial of the case at the lower courts. Earlier in its ruling, the Federal High Court in Lagos on the 1st of November 2024 granted the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission's, also known as EFCC, application for the final forfeiture of Emefiele's assets. The EFCC had argued that the properties were reasonably suspected to have acquired with proceeds of unlawful activities. And to end local news, Senator Adams Oshimole has fired back at critics branding the 10th National Assembly as a rubber stamp, insisting that lawmakers were not elected to engage in a brawl with President Bola Tinubu. The former Edo State Governor and current Senator representing Edo North dismissed the label as not only unfair but also a misrepresentation of the role of legislators in a democracy. Oshimole challenged critics to cite any specific law or policy endorsed by the Assembly that runs counter to the national interest, highlighting several interventions by lawmakers, including issues raised about alleged extortion of Nigerians by power distribution companies. And now onto the foreign scene. Oil rose again on Monday, 16th of June, after Israel and Iran continued attacks on each other entering the fourth day. According to reports, the market is bracing for an escalation that could disrupt supply from a region that produces around a third of the world's crude. Brent jumped as much as 5.5% at an open before preparing gains to trade around $75 per barrel, while West Texas Intermediate was near $74. Israel launched an attack on the South Pass gas field, forcing the halt of a production platform after strikes on Iran's nuclear sites and military leadership last week. Now to end the news, Saudi Pro League giants Al Hilal have reportedly offered Napoli striker Victor Osimhen a jaw-dropping €50 million annual salary in a renewed bid to lure the Nigerian forward to Saudi Arabia. According to Turkish transfer expert Yagiz Sabon Koglu, the latest offer to Osimhen's camp represents a significant increase from previous proposals of €30 million and €40 million per season rejected by Osimhen. Football Italia's Alfredo Pedula also confirmed that Al Hilal had previously agreed to activate €75 million release clause in Osimhen's contract, which was torn down by the 26-year-old striker, opting to remain in Europe. And that's where we wrap it up this afternoon on the BDTV News at noon. I am Norma Obuna, reporting for BDTV.